Hey guys! Do we have sound this morning?
Oh, look at that.
Oh, look, and we're on the wrong sides. Hi, my name's Chris. Hey everybody.
Hello.
This is a very exciting week here at Springfield Leather. We've got Chris Andre, aka Slickbald Customs, here in the house. And he is going to be leather crafting with us all week long. We're so excited to have him.
We're going to make one of these today, tomorrow, and the next day.
It's going to be amazing.
We'll see how it goes.
We'll see.
Yeah, if we get extra time, we'll make more holsters.
That's right. We're going to build stuff for you guys. Sounds good. Love it. Okay, I love hearing that we have sound. That is our biggest struggle here at Springfield Leather, is they like to just cut me off before you can even hear me. Awesome. Alrighty, Chris, we'll take it away.
Alrighty. We are going to make our holsters first. Generally in my shop, I'll make the holsters first, and while they're wet molded and drying, I'll come back and make my belt.
We're doing the Cowboy Double Buscadero gun belt plus holster.
That is correct.
These are new templates. Chris, well, I assume that you've been working on your patterning for quite some time now. But this year you released a whole set of acrylics.
It's true.
So we have been adding these to our line. We got most of the holsters added, and then in the past few weeks we've been adding the gun belts and a few other ones. And I know Tony's been finalizing some listings on our website, and this is one of them, I believe.
They're all under the new items right now.
All right, so on the new items you can find all of the freshest batch of Slickbald Custom acrylics. So go check those out.
So I know that the templates come with it, Chris. So you started patterning since 2012, I believe is what your website said.
That seems about right. I released my pattern packs in, I want to say, late 2011, 2012, and another one in 2014. Then we just started coming out with the templates this year. This is our first year doing the templates.
Everybody loves a template. They don't want to have to
mess with
glue,
paper and cardboard.
Glue the pattern to the cardboard and make the whole thing. So everybody wants more plastic in their shops.
In their world.
The Springfield exclusive, we'll be able to add this video to it. But otherwise, you do need to get the instruction set with it.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're just flying blind with black pieces of plastic.
Pretty much. There's a little bit of instruction on the plastic, but not enough.
Not a lot. Okay. So those instructions are on your website for downloadable, right?
There is a download on my website. Yes, electronic download. I think it's like $5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So we're going to start out here. We got a big piece of Herman Oak collar. It's the struck through black leather. It's black all the way through. And this is real handy. If you do any leather work at all, you know that black dye sucks.
Yep.
That said, the Renya black dye. If you guys carry that,
I
hope you do. That is some good stuff. That doesn't come off. One or two coats, yeah. You can go full blackface with that stuff pretty quick. All right.
Not recommended.
Not recommended.
You're gonna have to grow out of that skin.
Yeah. This is a particularly rangy kind of piece of leather there.
We'll put some extra finish on her.
Yeah, we'll just buff that out. These things will buff out, these little scuff marks and whatnot. We're not too worried about them. Generally, if you're going to tool a piece, you tool right over that and you'll never even see it.
Yeah.
We're not tooling today, though. This appears to be a full hide, or a full side, rather, not a full hide. So it's got some belly on it. We're going to avoid the belly. If we can see that on camera, how this is kind of dark and fuzzy. That leather, there's a good old butcher mark right there. That leather is too loose, fiber-wise. It is too loose to really use it for anything in a holster shop. I don't like it in belts. I don't like it in holsters. It won't hold its shape. Generally, when I order my leather, I get it straight from Herman Oak because I get a bunch at a time. I'll have them cut the bellies off. It's called a back. You pay a little bit more per foot for the leather you get, but you spend less per side because you're not paying full price for leather you're not going to use.
Sure.
Okay? When I do get a belly in like this one, I'll cut that belly off. I'll stick it in a corner. And the next time I need to do a new design, I can use that belly as a very inexpensive means of prototyping. I can make up a bunch of stuff and not have to burn my very expensive leather. I can burn the cheap stuff. All right.
Absolutely.
So when we do this, I like to get, you get it back. This is solid leather because all the soft stuff is on the bottom, all the hard stuff is on top, all the tight stuff is on top. Which is, don't lose your tools, Chris. There we go. I want to get my belts pretty much along the back. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to get our, we'll get this laid out and then I'll move the thing around so I can cut it a little easier. I'm not horribly concerned with the direction of my template when I'm doing the holsters. When I'm doing a belt, I want to make sure that I'm either, if I've got a double bend, we're either going against the spine or opposed to the spine or with the spine on a side. We never, it's like, well, the only place it'll fit is like kind of diagonal this way. Never do that. There is a grain to this leather, and if you're going across the grain, that belt is never going to lay right. It's going to want to twist and get weird. Always go either with the spine or opposed to the spine when you're doing a belt. The holsters, they don't matter. And by the time we're done with this, you're going to learn why. We're going to make a double layer holster. We're going to talk about liners when we get into building and constructing things a little more. But by the time this is done, make sure I'm on camera, you can't hardly close that holster with your hand.
Yeah, that's stout.
That is stiff. So we're not worried about grain so much in the holster aspect, just the belt. What I do with my cool little silver pen. All right. Look at that nasty bunch of leather right there. So all the way up to here, we're going to avoid that. The neck, by the time it's split down, this is leveled at 7 ounces. It's not 6-7, it's not 7-8, it's 7. Simmer down. Don't you have to do the...
Yeah.
That's some funny stuff right there.
That's what, when Adam was here for his, or maybe when I went up there for the tour here a couple weeks ago, he was like, I'm surprised no leather crafters have done like the 6-7 for their leather. And so I texted the boys and I was like, somebody make a meme.
All right, so I know I'm above that yucky leather. I'm going to go ahead and mark this out. I'm going to mark my hammer thong holes. I am not going to do any of these holes because we're going to do a different... I'm going to show you how to kind of combine some patterns, some templates to get some different stuff going. So all these holes down here on our flap are for different options. So you can have a little buckle strap that uses the bag punches. We've got just a big band that goes around if you want. That's what these 4 holes are for. These 4 holes, if you want to put the very Hollywood leg tie down. And this is, the Buscadero rig is very much a Hollywood invention. No proper cowboy, Western human being on the planet before 1921 wore a drop loop holster. Didn't exist. So that's why we call it a Hollywood rig.
I was reading along with your thing, Ed Boland.
Yep.
For Tom Nix.
That is correct. So yeah, Ed Boland back in the day, most leather workers are aware of Mr. Boland. He's certainly passed by now, but his company is very strong. They do a lot of silver work and a lot of leather work. And Mr. Boland was commissioned to do this rig that we're making today, a version of it, for Tom Mix, who was this is silent movie days. This is way back in the long, long ago. And believe it or not, in the movie, the guy rode a motorcycle, didn't even ride a horse.
I think people sometimes wish that our videos were silent. Sucks to be them.
There you go. There you go. Sorry, if you notice, I've turned this template upside down because this is a right-handed holster. We need to make a left-handed holster. The only way to do that is just to turn it over.
Yeah.
I love it when customers say, "Can you make a left-handed holster?"
I already did that for you.
No, can't do that. Don't have a pattern for it.
You know, it's the little things.
Yeah,
It's the simple things in life that people like to complicate a little bit.
it's true. All the way around there. Talking and stuff, I lose track of where I am. Okay. All right. That job is done. This here. The knifey knife. When I'm cutting out, we're going to rough cut these. We're not going to cut them right to the line. We're going to do that after we glue everything together.
Because we're lining them, right? This is 2-ply.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're just going to rough this out. Notice I'm holding the leather up. What that does is it takes the pressure off the side of the knife.
I like your dead weights that you're using to hold your leather down.
Mm-hmm. Normally I use sad irons. Anyone know what a sad iron is?
Iron that's set on it.
If you're using this particular iron to iron your clothes, you're very sad.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a sad iron.
It's a sad
Oh, not
iron.
sat. It's a sad one.
Sad iron. And it's basically just a big piece of cast iron.
Is it like the original iron before they were electrified?
Yes.
Oh, Greg Carmack liked to use those for little anvils to get into spots because they had like the points that would come down. And so he brought one in when he was doing some wallets with us.
Mm-hmm.
And then I found one at an antique store and I bought it.
There you go. Got them in all different kinds of weights and stuff. The thing is, you want to glue a piece of leather to the bottom of them.
Yeah.
Because if you set it on a damp piece of leather, that iron's going to leave a black mark. And we don't like that. No one wants a big black mark.
Nobody wants that.
Oof, look at that. That is a rangy piece of leather, boy. All right.
That butcher was not very
It
careful.
wasn't a very good guy. This has been in the bench for a while. All right. Well, we need a liner, like I said. This is another whole hide. I don't know how I got these whole hides. Actually, I think when I was doing the mural, I think Todd sent me a bunch of full hides.
Man, that looks good up on their walls.
Did they fix it? Last time I was in there, in June, I was in there. So for those of you who don't know, I made this huge mosaic mural of tooled leather. It looks like a barrel. One of them looks like a big barrel. One of them looks like like the leather going into the pits. And I showed up. I got them there. They got them hung on the wall. And everything was cool. We showed up in June, and there's pieces missing. There's pieces gone. Like, what the hell? So I started looking at it. It occurred to me, I'm from Colorado. Relative humidity is generally 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, you know, pretty dry. It's a high desert. And we come down to St. Louis where the humidity is like 157% all the time. And what happened is all that leather swole up and it was so tight together, pieced together, that it literally just popped off. So I told Adam how to fix it. I'm assuming if they're...
I think it was, yeah, because
Okay.
we were just up there a month and a half ago. And it all looked fine to me. It looked beautiful. Everything was beautiful.
Let's get this glue out of the way.
We thought we would have things on the table, but that's not.
Yeah, we don't...
Leather's too big right now.
Doesn't need to be there, but no. All right. So
Just
this is
some
all
chestnut
this
skirting.
belly down here. Generally, I don't know if you can see it on camera. This got kind of a dapple look to it, almost like a
marbly steak.
marbly something or other. Yeah, that's generally going to be the softer leather. So all this in here, it's going to be too soft, too loose. All this down here.
There you go.
See all this garbage? This is probably okay. This is not, because this is your armpits and your flanks, right? That's where things are moving all the time. This is your belly. The belly is the part of the cow that expands as it gets bigger and fatter and tastier, okay? Kind of like me.
Not just the cows do that.
Yeah. Threw this kilt on to come out here, and I'm like, hey, I need to lose some weight. I'm about out of snaps. All right. So all we're going to do is figure out. All right, we're going to get some. Where's this liner? You don't get to appreciate those neck rolls.
I know. We love a good fat wrinkle in here, Chris.
Oh, we love some fat
We
wrinkles.
love some fat wrinkles.
Unless I'm tooling, I'm gonna hunt this down. That's good stuff.
That's what we do. We say, nom, 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 nom.
All right. We're gonna save those fat wrinkles. So that right there, that's a cosmetic defect. That's not hurting anything.
Just a bug bite.
So we'll put that
Where was that at?
Right here.
right there. Can you see that? There's just a little like bug bite or a little wart or something. Yeah. So that's something we can stick inside a holster. We don't have to avoid that. And we're just going to go right around those fat wrinkles so we can use them later. For reference, these ultra fine Sharpie markers are the best. They don't smear like a ballpoint does. You can see them. I don't know about most of you. I can't see a pencil mark hardly.
Yeah. Well, it's not as fat as a regular Sharpie, so you don't have a big bloopy blob, but
Exactly.
you can still see it.
Exactly. What did I just set my one?
Under the leather.
Under the leather.
Under the sea.
All right.
You made sure to flip your one-sided piece of leather so you had face to face, so that when you go to glue it together, it'll be back to back, and it will
Correct.
still be correct.
Correct. I'll cut that out.
Well, the Burly Earl, you can listen to us while you work, and watch Chris Andre here and there cut some leather.
Well, I think the problem is early Earl wants to watch. Not only listen. I have to watch.
I can't work and watch. Well, it'll be here later for you, just on YouTube.
Creative break. Hopefully it stays on YouTube. YouTube has an issue with deleting videos.
Oh, with the pew-pews.
With cordless air punchers. Hole punchers.
Hole punchers. Yeah.
Are we good here?
Yes.
Okay, here. Let me just. We don't need to
You
be.
put where we're going.
We don't need to be all in the way.
All right. Where's our poundo board there?
Oh, I've got.
Bitch.
That's what
This will probably make your life better because the table is not all that sturdy.
Yeah,
Man.
we'll move to a corner to punch our holes in. We'll just station right there.
Yeah.
All right, so I said we were gonna use a different template to make the smooth face. So cowboy holsters, most of them, pretty close to each other
Okay.
as far as size and whatnot goes. So if I take this and I line the bottom up, give an equal kind of gap on both sides right there. This is my gamer holster. Okay, there we go. And what makes it a gamer is this angle. So this holster is going to hang at a 15-degree toe forward angle. I call it a gamer. People want to game their holsters. This is for cowboy action shooting. And people think that their holsters can make them faster. They cannot. The only thing that's going to make you faster is practice. I'm a competitive shooter since I was in the 7th grade. I could still beat the guys that had the fancier rifles because I practiced more than they did.
Mm-hmm.
They had all the fancy Anschutz, crazy space age looking rifles. I had my old Remington out there, and I'd still smoke them because I practiced.
Wasn't it the at the Olympics like last year with that Ukrainian dude came up
That
with
dude's my hero, man. That dude is my hero for sure.
Came out of the kitchen from putting the dishes away.
Yeah.
Like, let me just close one eye. Give her the
Yeah.
best ever.
I just everybody else looked like cyberpunk cyborg
Oh,
with all
yeah.
their things, and he
Oh, my
just came
gosh.
out there just by like, and I was like, all right, no
That's it.
worries.
That dude's my hero. For real. But yeah, so people want to, we got to have a steel liner in your holster. And I ask them why. Well, it holds the holster open.
Because they don't know anything about
Because they don't know how to make,
Mm-hmm.
when I first, it's better now. When I first started shooting cowboy action shooting, it's been 15 years ago. People would put tennis balls in their holsters when they were storing them to keep them from collapsing. And then I'm just scratching my head. I'm like, well, if you just learn how to make a holster right, you wouldn't have
So
that
you're
problem.
using the front pattern now?
So what I'm doing is in this pattern, I've got these 6 holes right here.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to transfer them onto this deal.
You're just lining up the
Just lining everything up.
your butt cheeks right there. Just
Yep.
putting them
Yep,
where
yep,
they
yep.
go. So we had 7 ounce on our front and back, right?
Correct. And there's a specific reason for that. It's not just about inventory. When I learned holster making, I went to John Bianchi's school. John Bianchi Frontier Gun Leather. John Bianchi is one of the grandfathers of modern gun leather. He started back in the 40s. I missed a hole.
I was going to say, did you mean to miss that hole in the middle there?
Just seeing if you guys are paying attention.
I
is
was
what
seeing
they're-
if you were marking all 6 or if you were just going to mark 5 on the other one. And then I was going to keep my mouth shut if you only marked 5. But you didn't. You marked 6, so I was waiting for your...
Yeah. There we go. We got it fixed.
Okay.
What the hell was I talking about?
John Bianchi.
Before I was so rudely interrupted.
You went to his school.
Right. So I took his school, and he taught 7 on the front, 6 in the liner. And immediately in my brain, I was a production manager for a long time before I was in leather full time. And I immediately, like, well, that's dumb. You have to inventory 2 weights of leather. I don't want to do that. And then a little engineering brain kicked in and thought, well, having them the same weight, liner and shell, actually, there's engineering behind that. There's okay, I gotta get my head back in the thing. This is different than teaching a live class, let me tell you that, with students and stuff. If you have 2 pieces of leather and you bend them, one of them is going to get longer than one on the inside, and then one on the outside gets shorter. They're not really getting shorter or longer, but relative to their position, you bend something thick, it's going to get shorter. I don't care if it's a piece of steel or leather or anything. If you bend it, it's going to get shorter. The thicker it is, the shorter it gets.
Mm-hmm.
We have to compensate that with our belts. If we use a cloth tape to measure somebody's waist for a belt, we got to add, depending on how large the person is, anywhere from 1/2 to 1.5 inches of leather, lengthwise, to make sure that shrinkage is accounted for as the thickness goes around a corner. So if we think about that in our leather and our holsters, if we glue them together flat and you bend them in half, well, now they can't get, that inside piece can't get longer and the outside piece can't get shorter. They're stuck together. So what happens is you bend it around and it creates, the fibers have to shrink on the inside, they have to get tighter, and they have to stretch on the outside. And that creates a juxtaposed, an equal and opposing force, a juxtaposed force, which is what makes the stiffness in our holster.
Mm.
Okay? It's not just...
You're creating your own spring.
Basically, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then you wet mold all that together, and that's it. That's stuck there, and it's going to be hard. Like I said, you can't hardly crush it with your hand.
You got your inside pushing out and your outside's pushing in.
Right, holding everything in place.
Yeah.
So that's the reason that we do that.
Science, guys.
Science.
Science. Love a little science.
So then people ask me sometimes, well, I go to the store and I buy any holster that's not lined. Okay. It might be the same weight as we're going to build up to today in one piece of leather. But that piece of leather cannot hold its fiber. It's a sponge. It cannot hold its shape over time, especially if you're actually practicing and coming in and out of that holster with a gun. That fibers are going to loosen up. Well, how do you fix that? You dip it in plastic. And I don't know about y'all, but if I'm buying a leather holster, I want it to be a leather holster, not a plastic holster. So I'm kind of opposed to the plastic dip, and all the manufacturers do it. Nobody talks about it.
Yeah.
It's not wrong. I'm not here to rag on anybody, but I don't think it's as good. It's cheaper, it's faster, but it's not better. And just to make my own life easier, I think I'm going to cut these apart.
Was the template you used to draw the holes, was it a different
We're not going to do it that way.
template?
Yeah, so like I said, this is the gamer template that we've put our smooth-faced holes onto our B-movie holster.
Okay.
Okay? Is this rubber?
Yes, this is Poundo.
Well, okay,
Yeah.
rubber.
Well, it's all pound, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, this is Poundo, and then this is our.
Okay.
It's not going to be good for cutting.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Mm-mm.
At first I put it down, I'm like,
Yeah.
We should have a bigger. Is the
I don't know
cutting
what
board
happened
over?
to it. It's not over there.
We may have taken it over.
Oh.
we'll just cut.
Do you need a big cutting board in a bit?
We will eventually, but not right this second.
Is it small enough, Chris, to go in the trash? I saw that as you're like,
So-
could I use this?
I was teaching a class for our local guild. Should have cut these apart before I did all this, but that's all right. For our local guild, and it was a sheath class or something,
Mm-hmm.
and I had cut a piece like that, and I threw it in the trash, and this little lady, yay tall, in the trash can, it's a big trash can, in the trash can to get that out. I can use that. Okay. So now I have a trash can, and right in front of it,
Oh, you got
I
scrap
have a
it.
box full for scrap that I have segregated by weight. I have all of my little scraps that I think I can use underneath my bench. And just like that, I looked at it. Nah, nope.
Yeah.
It goes in the scrap bin.
Yeah, us leather people, we're hoarders. Although, I mean, to be fair, leather is all usable. And,
It is.
it's awkward and weird, so you have to cut out awkward and weird shapes and all of these things. And you never know, if you need a keeper. Hey,
That's it.
can I make a keeper out of this?
That's right. That's right. There we go. Okay.
I see you figured out the other trick though. Stick the tip in and pull.
Oh yeah, you betcha. I do that a lot, even on a regular cutting board. Hole punch.
Oh, we
Nope,
should
nope.
be good in the middle of the table. It's just the granite doesn't, or
Okay.
the table is a little bouncy without granite. So there we go. Right inside.
All right. I'm going to use different size punches. This will make life easier later. So,
Hello, Rusty.
Hey, Rusty.
How are you?
Doing all right. How are you?
Great, man. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. You've been keeping it this way on the motorcycle. Last time I was here, I think you had a big old scuff on your head.
Yeah, I did. And
Maybe that was 2 times ago. I might have been 2 times
yeah,
ago.
it may have been 2 times ago.
You say, although the forklift just got him recently.
Well, it was
Oh, no.
a skid steer that just got me recently.
Oh,
so,
shit.
But, they say that I'm very thorough.
Yeah.
All the ribs need to be broken.
Awesome.
Oh.
Awesome.
So we're making some holsters.
We're making a double gun Hollywood Buscadero rig. Here's a little tip I learned in saddle making school. If you keep your fingers over the trough where the little plugs come out, you don't end up on the floor.
Mhm.
And you don't step on them and hurt your foot.
You don't end up with Lego buttons on the floor.
Old Dusty that taught me saddle making, He calls these little leather assholes. Because as soon as you step on one, you, oh, you little asshole.
You just need a dog like Rose. We got one of our dogs. She just walks around and she just eats them.
Great. That's fantastic.
She's a good butthole cleaner upper.
All right. Well, on that note, I'll leave you guys to it.
It's going to get rank in here, Rusty. I'll tell you that.
Most of the time it's oh.
Get the old jarhead in here. There's going to be occasional language slips. So this hole's, I'm going to punch smaller holes on the other side. Oops, later. We're not going to do it now. Down here, we're not going to do these yet. We'll do those after it's glued together. That way we're not trying to line things up, because those go all the way through. These only go on the shell. They do not go into the liner, otherwise you'd have speed bumps for your gun. Okay? So we got to keep them between the shell and the liner. So we got to cut those. Then we got to cut these.
Did you say what size that was?
This was a 7/16, so you could use, a 3/8 is fine. This one is a 5/16 for here.
We got a hey Chris, Frank from Montana.
Hey Frank.
Earlier, everybody was saying where they were from. Curious at how many countries we could get going on.
Yeah, tell us where you're from, guys.
There was one we were doing with the guitar case. We had the United States, Ireland, England.
That is too small.
And Australia.
And of course, I'm missing a punch. You got a punch in there? Maybe a 1/4 inch? 3/16 would be all right.
No, but I can get you one.
No,
3/16 1/4 inch.
You know what I can do? We can.
I can get one.
What's that?
Yeah.
All right,
absolutely.
go get one. Go get one now. So what these two holes are for, while she's getting that, if I can find them, I just had them in my hand a second ago. It's for our hammer thong. Oh, for goodness sake. I brought extras, I can't find any of them. Oh, there they are.
Justin says he's from California. That's basically another country.
Yeah.
So we've got two countries here, Montana and California.
There you go. Montana's big enough to be a country.
Right?
All right, so once we get that second hole in here, we'll be weaving this through there, and that's going to be our hammer catch. So as you're walking around the range, you put those on there. It's just a little safety deal in case you stumble and fall, your guns don't fly out.
I got you one of each.
Woohoo. I like
This Nevada. Oh, West Coast today.
Say up the top, we had some El Paso and South Mississippi. I called Mary June yesterday, and they're in New Mexico right now. Denny was fishing, and Mary June was sitting on the ledge, probably of the lake where Denny was fishing. He'd only caught one fish the day before, but they really need two.
They were both hungry this time.
We are going to mark where these holes live so we don't inadvertently glue them down. Because we're going to be passing a bunch of lace through these holes. And I go to the extra effort of doing that because even though those are there, sometimes I space out and I glue over them anyway. But if I can do that, I'll know.
It says no glue here.
No glue there. Wipe that off
Bradley. Bradley from Australia.
Hey.
Like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning over there.
Got Clearwater Leather that said their first class was in Portland with you and Bob. Great teachers.
Yeah, I remember that. One of the rare occasions where Beard and I got to teach at a Tandy store. We're usually not permitted.
Really?
Well, Beard makes stamps,
Yeah.
so that's a direct conflict of interest there, right? And I'm usually running their stamps down. So
that's
No
a
conflict of interest.
so we're not exactly welcome at most Tandy stores. That's okay. I don't take it personally.
Another Cheyenne.
Hey, you're just about an hour from my house, Cheyenne. That's where I take the bus to go to the bus truck wash. The old Blue Beacon there in Cheyenne. All right. The total is we were going to talk about glue.
Yeah. I know I thought it was orange juice, but I was wrong.
So in a previous life, like I said, I was a production manager for companies that built custom robotic equipment for like Seagate and Swanson Foods, and I've built stuff for some crazy things. But as a result of all that experience in life, I got to know how things work. I had to learn how glue worked. I had to learn how sealants worked. I had to learn how Loctite. I had to take a whole class on how Loctite works. People don't realize there's a technique to that. Getting back to glue, this is the best glue dispenser on the planet. It's a Coke bottle with a hole in it. Not a Coke bottle, that size. If you get a real big bottle, ask me how I know. If I'm telling you something, it's because I screwed it up because I tried it. Dusty taught me this in saddle school, and I came home and I'm like, well, I'm smarter. I can figure this out better. So I got me like a 20-ounce bottle. What I realized is you can't let go of it and it just keeps puking glue. Also, you don't want to fill them any higher than the label.
Okay.
Right there. Same thing. You can't get it to stop. If you right about there, done. No muss, no fuss, no strings. Okay. We're going to put a very thin layer of cement down.
What are you putting that on with?
Is it just a piece of leather?
It's just a piece of sheepskin that I've cut most of the nap off of. You can see it's worn off completely there. Doesn't matter. You can use a piece of chrome tan. Doesn't have to be fleece.
How long does this contraption last you?
Oh, a long time. I've been using this one a couple of years.
Oh, really? Okay.
You get a big kind of a glue crown, if you will, and then just trim it off. When it gets trimmed too short, I make another one.
You just sewed a tab on top with some leather?
Yeah, just to kind of keep. I hate sticky stuff on my fingers.
Sure.
The applicator grip.
Yeah. So what we're doing is this first layer, we're going to put 2 layers of this cement down. This first layer is sucking into that fiber, and it's pulling the solids. This is nothing more than like crepe rubber, like your sole of some shoes, but it's dissolved.
They put a solvent in there.
Well, they put some nasty solvents in there.
And is this wood weld?
This is weldwood glue right out of your basic hardware store. A friend of mine up in Indiana is the kind of engineer that has his own R&D lab and equipment and stuff. He's a high-end guy. And he tested all the glues. And believe it or not, there's probably 15 different kinds of contact cement. If you go into most major cities have what's called a ruby shoe. Ruby like the stone. Ruby shoe. And they are a supplier for shoemakers and shoe repair shops. So they have pallet racks of different kinds of sole material and rubbers and different things. But they also have about 15 different kinds of glue that we don't typically see. There's one called Penguins. There's some other cements out there. I don't know what the differences are, but he tested them all. Old Ed tested them all. And Weldwood won. So why pay hazmat shipping if you can just go to the store? Right?
We might need to open it.
Yeah, it's stinky. Usually, and for real, guys, I typically have a fan blowing across my face so I don't have to breathe this junk. It is not good for you. There's toluene and MEK and all kinds of good stuff in this. But it works.
I mean, it has been really nice since the Aquilum 315. We pretty much will use that in here because we don't have ventilation, and that is not as, it doesn't get us as high. But we're just going to start out today real good with some glue.
You're going to start your week out, start it out right, you know. And here's the thing. I do use the Aquilum 315. Not on holsters so much. The first time I used it, I didn't let it set exactly right, and I dunked it in a bucket of water, and it came apart. That was my fault. But it was my fault because I didn't give it enough time to set.
Yeah.
The 315 takes forever. And I don't know, I'm not a production shop. I'm going to say that right up. I'm a custom shop. I'm a bespoke shop. I do stuff one at a time. You know, I don't make 100 holsters a week. That would be no fun, and I would find another hobby. That said, that's the reason I don't use that, is because it just takes too long.
And you need to move. You're not gluing together 100 pieces of the same thing to go back and then start the process.
To that point, you know, like in my shop, I'd get all this glue on, and while I'm waiting for it to dry, I'd go shoot a rack of pool or something and just keep myself from rushing.
Yeah.
But the Aquilum, I don't need to, you know, spend an hour of my day shooting pool or doing anything else waiting for glue to dry. This takes 5 or 10 minutes.
I was going to say, this is pretty much already soaked in on this one.
Yeah, and this first layer is going to dry pretty quick because it is. That the wicking action of the leather forces the solvents out, so it dries pretty good. But we want to make sure, like, you know, putting this on here, we're going to let it dry completely. It won't stick together, won't stick to anything. We want all the solvents out. And we want this on here about as thin as we can get it. It does not need to have a layer so much. You need to be able to, it needs to look wet, but you shouldn't be able to tell what it's wet with. Thin, 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 thin. Glue works better when it's thin. The mechanic, the engineering here is in the surface area, not the height of the glue.
I would say the height, if you get it too tall, then it starts gumming up the rest of your processes.
Exactly. You can't hardly run a knife through it when you go to trim things out.
Yeah.
A few Missouris on Facebook.
Oh, nice.
Another Wyoming. Bighorn Mountain.
Bighorn, that's damn near to Montana, I think.
Shell, Wyoming.
Yeah.
Bighorn. Heart of the West. She makes a lot of chaps. Chaps.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
So just because I'm that butthole, I'm going to tell you why it's shap. And
no, Denny does it all the time.
She knows why.
I know. I just struggle.
Well, somebody out there might not know.
Her remember doesn't work very well.
Somebody out there might not know. The word shap is a derivative of the word chapadera, which protected the vaqueros from the chaparral. If we are old enough to remember the High Chaparral Ranch on Bonanza, old Western TV show. So Don Gonzalez, I caught him saying chap one time. I said, Don, you're from Texas. You should dang well know better than to say, well, what do you mean? It's blah, blah, blah. So I went through that whole iteration of chaparral and chapaderas and blah, blah, blah. And he says, man, you got me.
Dang it, you're right. After you get done,
Sometimes I just feel silly saying it.
Chris is going to have to contact Don and let him know how much fun it is to come up here and visit us and work live.
There you go.
He just goes, I'm so busy. I think he's scared to be live. His videos are really good that he does.
Yeah, anytime someone, wants to get into leatherwork, I always send him to his deal. He is the most thorough and the most well-spoken, I think, of most of the people out there making videos, myself included. He's way smarter than I am.
We're just too silly.
We're pretty silly. Man, that is just a really nice applicator. There are no strings.
Right.
Like, I'm a little jealous right now of your gluing.
Hey, go get you a 6-pack of little Coke bottles and
I know.
find some rust. Find a bunch of rust to clean with it. Wouldn't want to drink it.
I'll just get diet ones for my husband, and he'll
There you
drown
go.
them.
And it's super thin. I don't think there's any way you can put that on the lobby with that applicator.
No, and I don't like a brush. I'm not, people will use spatulas, credit cards, all kinds of different stuff to spread their glue. I just don't find I have the control with those applicators that I do with this.
Say it looks like you're applying foundation. Like, I mean, I don't apply any foundation. That's not my thing. But sometimes I watch it on the internet, and and that's what it's reminding me of right now.
All right.
Liquid foundation.
Yeah.
We're using powder anyway.
So now we're just going to let that dry. That's another nice thing about that. It's fine. It doesn't leak. It doesn't, nothing. I store glue in these I'll fill up 6 or 7 of these.
So you buy your bulk, and then you.
Yeah, so while this is drying, we'll talk about this. I have a video on YouTube on everything I just told you about glue. It's about 15 minutes long. The one thing I don't show you how to do is fill the bottles. The problem with Weldwood is it comes in a paint can versus like a cap can. So you open it up, you got a huge old space. And if you fill your bottles one at a time, I got to quit looking at that and look at that. If you fill your bottles one at a time, every time you open that big can to refill your bottle, all the solvents in the gap between the glue and the lid go away. And what that does is it makes your glue stiffer.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get down to the bottom of the can, it's almost unusable. So what you do is you get yourself 6 or 8 bottles, and you like a Pennzoil funnel, and you put that in there, and the funnel's over the lid of the can. Then you get a ladle. Get your own ladle. Don't get it out of the kitchen.
Don't use your wife's ladle.
You're never going to use this for food again. This is a one and done. It's always going to be the glue ladle. Get you a small ladle, not a huge one, just a little 2-ounce ladle, 3-ounce ladle, and you fill them up again to about there. And then you take the lid, put it or the funnel in the next one, put the lid on it, set it aside. And that way, you're only opening up that can maybe 3 times in that can's life. The bottom of the glue is supposed to be just as viable as the top of the can was if you do that. Okay. You can get little cans of Weldwood if you don't do a lot of glue and you don't want to fill up 8 or 10 bottles or whatever it is. Get you the little can and a funnel and just pour it in there. Okay. What I recommend not doing is using a brush in that can because that's just stringers and mess and glop, and nobody likes that.
I mean, normally when we're gluing in here, we're putting down paper on the table so we don't get glue everywhere because.
Oh no, there will be no glue on the table.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I know that's what I'm seeing right now. There is no glue on the table. Because you can see over there in the corner. Look at the stack of paper.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was ready for some
ready for
gluing.
it. Yeah, no, this is the easy way to do it.
It's a stringy,
here's the
sloppy
thing,
mess.
and people. I'm not saying I don't ever make a mess. I make a mess, and I'll get some on the table. I'm gluing on glass. I've got a big glass plate that I glue on because it's easy.
Mm-hmm.
And you can skive onto it. If you're doing a feather edge on, you can skive on your glass. But it cleans easy. At the end of the day, it just cleans easier. But if you do get some on there, or you get some on the face of your leather, let it dry.
Mm-hmm.
Just leave it alone. Let it dry, and then you just roll it off with your thumb. I should have a piece of sanding belt cleaner in here somewhere. I may or may not have brought it in there.
You know what we should do, Liz? There's that song that's on the Lorax. At the end, it's like, let it die, let it die. We should do a glue video with
There you go. Let it dry. So I was teaching this years ago. I was teaching at one of the Federation shows. It was a finishing class, how to use all your finishes.
Oh, okay.
And every time, this got to be kind of a meme. It was never on the internet, but within the show, I'd get to the end of, put it on, let the damn thing dry, right? So by the time we were done with that class, I'd get to that point, the whole class would go, let the damn thing dry. Because when people screw up a finish, it's usually because they rushed it and they didn't let it dry.
Yep.
Whether it's the resist, always with the resist.
Yep, always with the resist.
They don't let it dry enough and it smears, and they're like on the internet, why did this happen? You didn't let it dry.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
A lot of times I'll tell novices, like, put your resist on and then go to bed. Like, make that the last thing you do. And then just leave it alone. Go watch him, like, whatever. Or get your hair dryer, whatever that it is. But
so you go dry your hair?
Don't rush it.
See, I'm touching this over here. It's pretty close, but it's still not dry. It's still tacky to my finger.
So we got a couple
This is way
spots.
tacky, because we just did it, of course. But it's really, really important to let that, if we put another coat on now while there's still solvent in it, we're going to trap that solvent in the leather. It will never dry, ever, ever. So we have to let all those solvents out. And then when we come back with our second layer, that's purpose of the second layer is just to reactivate the surface of the leather. We're not going to do anything with the solids that are in the leather, but we're going to reactivate the top of that, and we're going to let it almost dry. Just barely tacky, about as tacky as this is now. We're going to let that second coat get to this level. Then we put it together and apply pressure. Anytime you're doing anything with a cement of any kind, I don't care if it's latex or Scotch tape or any kind of a finish like this, you've got to apply that pressure for those molecules to kind of bond with each other. And once that's done, you will never ever get that piece of leather apart. It will be permanently bonded. When I do my conceal carry stuff, I do them the same way. I use 2 layers of 5 ounce versus 2 layers of 7 ounce. But I don't stitch the top and the bottom of the holster because that's just a wear spot. If you're running, you can see where are we at right there.
I'll go overhead.
Okay. There we are. We can see this one this is bent out. We got a little flange right there. And that's just simply because we're reholstering on the clock. We want to make as big a funnel as we can without compromising our fit. So we peel that back out of there. We don't do that on a concealed carry holster because that's going to print. We fold it out, it's going to print. So we have to leave it straight up and down. So right now you can see in there that stitching is not touching the gun. There's no, at no point are you really running your gun against that stitching to wear it out. But if you stitch the top of a conceal holster, you're going to be hitting that stitching every time you come in and out of your rig. And that is going to wear your stitching out, and your name's still on it, and it's going to look like shit.
Yeah.
So don't do that.
What leather is that holster? That rig that you just put away? What is that?
What do you mean, what is that?
What leathers
What
did you
color
use?
is it?
Oh, it's chocolate.
Oh, is that their chocolate?
It just looks it looks like a green gray on screen.
Yeah, that's a chocolate, is what that is.
It's beautiful.
It definitely looks brown when I look at it with my eyeballs, not on the screen.
Fluorescent lights, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
No worries. All right. So I'm picking that leather up.
Mm-hmm.
It's still tacky. Still tacky. This is some, you can put a fan on it. If you're really in a hurry, you can get a couple hair dryers.
Let's say I do have a hairdryer.
I have
plug it in.
Like I said, this is my opportunity to go practice on the pool table. So it's, I don't know why you don't have one of those over here. You got plenty of room.
Have Kevin bring in his.
Got the
You and Kevin should go head to head one of these days. See who. That guy. He's good.
Yeah.
That's what he did when he was stationed in Okinawa and in Hawaii on the bases. They played pool.
That's all we had to do.
Yeah, and that's how he made money.
Yeah.
He did pool tournaments.
Right. Exactly.
He got pretty good.
So I play in the American Amateur Pool Players Association, and you're rated 2 through 7, and I'm a 5.
All right.
Which is a little above average.
Yeah.
Just a little above average. You think you're pretty good playing other 5s, and then the other day I had to play a 7, and I barely got to the table. He just ran everything.
That's just not fair.
It's very humbling. It's very humbling.
Why did I even get my cue out?
Yeah, right. So yeah, he broke and ran a bunch. I got to the table because he had to. If you're a 7, you got to win 6 games, regardless of who you're playing. As a 5, I had to win 4, and I think I got to the table in those 6 games. I think I got to the table maybe 5 times.
Like he didn't even.
He just.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
One after another.
Yeah, and of course if he doesn't have a shot, your opponent doesn't have a shot. The idea is you hide the cue ball
Mm-hmm.
to screw over your opponent.
Was
So
he good at that too?
He's really good at that too. So yeah,
Son of a gun.
son of a gun. But no, there's a couple pool halls here in town. I brought my sticks. We'll see.
Oh yeah.
We'll see.
We used to have a little group that would go there's across the street and then up the road a little bit. There's a little hole in the wall billiards thing that a bunch of people used to go on like Wednesday nights or Tuesday nights and go play.
Yeah.
They might still meet up there. I don't know.
You just have billiards?
No, it's like kind of behind the Walmart. Like on that road that goes down to Craft.
Archie's?
What?
Archie's?
I don't know.
Let's
Maybe.
pretend that yes. You're
Okay.
right.
Yes, absolutely. That one.
Way to know what you're talking about,
I don't
Tony.
know.
Good job.
I went there like once. They also have this game where you like throw a ring and try to get it on the hook. Like one of those. It's like a ring that hangs on a string, and you try to like hook it on the wall.
yeah. Good luck with that.
Yeah. Really, I was like, it's just luck. This is just luck.
Pretty much. That's the way I look at those games. And I don't have a lot of luck when it comes to those games.
I do like to watch like the math that goes into the pool playing and the different like this. Like there's some people that get real nerdy with it, and it's fascinating.
We can almost turn this into a table. It's the right size. Of course, the table has diamonds on it, or sometimes they're dots, and there's math between those dots. I mean, if you do, and there's a whole formula, and I tried to learn it once, and got to the point where I was taking too long between shots trying to figure this garbage out. So I just went back to instinct shooting, and I do just fine.
Yeah.
Just go out there and shoot. But then, of course, any English at all throws that math in the garbage can.
What do the English do?
The English throws your ball off the rail differently. So if you're shooting an angle like this direction to this direction, right? If you put inside English, hit the left side of the ball is going to go farther out this way.
Okay.
If you put right side English on it, the ball is going to come.
You mean you're talking about a spin type?
Yes,
Is that
English is spin. Sorry.
So when it hits the bumper,
I thought we were
Right.
It's starting to push down.
Gotcha.
Right, and if you got if you got a decent stroke to you, you can actually hit. Because a lot of times you say there's a pocket here that you want the ball to go into, and then there's another pocket you don't want the cue ball to go into.
Right.
But the angle you can just see that's going to go in that you're going to scratch. Well, if you put a little back on the ball will actually come off and spin back, and it changes the trajectory of the cue ball so you don't scratch. You do the same thing going forward. You can hit it, and it'll do that.
math and
That way,
physics.
you have like a straight shot into
Physics
a
and
hole when
physics.
you're there. You don't want to just.
You don't want to
push it.
follow it in either,
Right.
so you back and you can back the cue ball up across the table depending on how hard you hit it. And
Who are the nerds that created this game? That's what I want to know.
old guys. Billiards have been around since before pockets.
Yeah.
Billiards just used to be rails,
Mhm.
and you had to hit so many rails or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, billiards is
It's probably by guys who are-
ancient game.
they
Out
were
of
blowing stuff up, and they just needed something to pass
something
the
to do.
time.
We had this weird dining table. We had
Yeah.
rails on it. No, I don't know how it got invented, but I know we play the
They
easiest
didn't have
version.
TV back then.
They did not. They did not. They had look out the window. That's what they
They
had.
just sat and looked at each other.
The nice thing about the window game is you had different channels. You had this one, and then you got this one over here, that one over there.
Oh goodness. All right.
We're
Still
we're
tacky.
a little bit, just a little bit, just a little bit.
Got my speeder upper.
There you go. We'll make a little noise.
It's a little bit of a short.
Yeah, story of my life.
All right.
I was using a dryer at in Holland at that show, and it worked okay until I put it on high. Then all the magic smoke came out. Once the magic smoke comes out, you cannot put it back in. no, that's true.
I mean, I imagine it's hard to catch air.
Yeah. You know,
Hard to recontain it.
Yeah.
very hard.
Then he likes to light his wood on fire and
That works. Burns the solvents off.
The boys in the shop aren't allowed to do it though. They just
tried.
they catch too much on fire. It goes too far.
And that's
Magic
I don't do it for that reason. The ceiling's like right here, and it's an old 50-year-old boards, right? So we're not. There's not a lot of fire in the leather shop.
Yeah. Their magic smoke in the shop was rolling.
Diamond S says HVAC automation programmer installer. We know about the magic blue smoke.
It has a distinctive smell too, doesn't it?
Very effective.
It's the smell of failure and sadness.
No longer learning that.
I've got an email, like a milling machine in my shop, and it's got a motor on it. It's about this big. It's a huge motor. And this magic smoke came out of that one day. And I found out that's a $2,000 motor. Woo! So I go, I'll have it rebuilt. There's shops in Denver. I can go have it rebuilt. Still $2,000. I just didn't have to wait for shipping. I only paid $2 for the whole mill.
That's how that works.
Back in?
Which that they were, yeah.
Yeah.
The trick was taking it with me.
That's like making face for you. They have the magic smoke. You couldn't bring it within $2,000
For the smoke.
We'll put it back in.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, hell.
That's like when my wife and I, we were driving through Tennessee. Like, oh, let's work in the car, right? So we went down there. Like, well, they don't sell you, back in. They don't sell you whiskey.
Right. It's a dry county.
Well, semi-dry.
They got a gift shop. You can buy it
But
there.
they let you buy it, and then remember they bought them. And we just put it in there for free. You're buying the bottle, but we run out of with them for free. But you can get, like, beer. You go to the restaurant there, you can make beer that
Right.
has to be under 5.
Right. Now, we did that tour the first year we went to Blade Show. We stopped and did that tour. It's pretty cool. I'm not a Jack Daniels guy. I'm more of a Bullet or Jameson or Maker's Mark. But it's a cool deal. We did the tasting. We paid for the high dollar tasting. And I'm like looking around like, we didn't pay enough for an ice cube? What the hell? Just one ice cube in there? I don't want to drown my whiskey, but I like it a little cool,
There's a whole science behind that.
Oh, yeah.
And the big burn jar that got all the vegetable stacked up there. And
Smoke it.
I'd like to be there on a day where they burn the slats to get the charcoal. That'd be a fun thing to watch.
we were there when it was going through and off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, big pile over there. And it hadn't burned, it was just kind of smoldering. That's what they create the charcoal.
Yeah,
Because that's what painted it from.
right.
Like, the Tennessee part of it. So, like, Kentucky, they can't call it there Tennessee bourbon or whatever it is.
Yeah, so Jack Daniels is American whiskey, and bourbon is bourbon.
Yeah.
And only recently, I say recently, in the last 10 or so years, I don't know who the powers that be that grant these permissions are, but as long as you're following the recipe, it doesn't have to be in Kentucky.
Yeah.
In the Bourbon County, it used to be like 3 or 4 states.
Right.
It's huge. But even like Bullet, well, I think it qualifies. They still call it American whiskey because they make it in Denver.
Yeah, we were down there before we graduated. My father-in-law and brother-in-law, we went on
Mostly, I'm just tired of hearing that
a
noise.
tour, on a whiskey tour.
Yeah.
We just kind of drove around to 3 different ones, and
Nice.
just you can see, like, Jack Daniels, you got this operation, you go to another one, it's like a family owned, it's
Right.
Still the same amount of generations, but they're in the bottom of a valley, and it's just you got to see so much different thing. I'm like, oh sure, take pictures here, Jack Dan. I'm like, nope,
Nope.
keep your phone put away.
Yeah.
All right, back to gluing.
Back to gluing. That's exciting.
Let your glue dry, guys.
Let your glue dry.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the first episode of our podcast that we did was with Reiner. And just
I watched those.
yeah, just talking about the science behind how to glue, like
Right.
how glue is formulated, how it needs to be used, the different layers. He got a little technical, but I think it's just really good, for the consumer. You don't have to be a super good glue expert. You don't need to know about all the different chemicals, but like
Right.
you need to know how it functions so that you can
do.
use it properly.
Yeah, see, I'm much less quantity of glue going on because we're not pulling down into the fibers. That's already done. We're just reactivating the top. So it's just a very, 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 very thin layer of cement here. Ooh, look, I got some on the table. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but it's so thin,
We'll
it's
let
not
that
really gonna matter. Let it dry, Liz.
It's so thin and already gone.
Yeah, it dried out pretty quick there.
Let's see here. Diamond said, I saw the result of someone hooking up a 120 VAC directly to a 24 VAC inputs on a programmable controller. Lots of smoke and a pile of molten plastic.
Yeah, that wouldn't work out real well. Before I had to be the boss, when I was back working on machines, building stuff, I was the electrician in the shop, or one of the electricians in the shop, building all the panels and stuff. And we had built a panel, and my buddy Mikey was going to go ring it out for me, because that was kind of the rule. As you build it, somebody else would. And I say ring it out, you're looking for shorts. You're going through with a meter and making sure nothing rings. That's not supposed to.
Quality control.
So my buddy Mike is in the cabinet ringing. And he said, everything's good. And he threw the power on, and one of the engineers was standing by the light switch and dumped the whole shop at the same time. You'd never seen a guy turn a machine off as fast as he did. This is called Make Sure You Got It Everywhere. You see that. This is on there. All right. And this doesn't take as long to dry. Because we're not, again, it's just the very surface.
Now, do you always put 2 layers on no matter what you're doing?
I do. There's times where you don't really need to, like when we stitch our billets on our belt, whenever we do that. You really only need it to be tacky enough just to hold it in place while you stitch it, because the stitch is doing the work on that one. But every craftsman on the planet has a certain level of OCD in them.
This is yours.
And so glue is one of mine. I'm not full CDO about it. You understand what that is, right? It's OCD in the alphabetical order. You learn so much more than leatherwork talking to me. Not useful information.
It helps you remember things sometimes.
But a lot.
Little humor goes a long way.
Yeah.
Well, and I think, when we're making something for a firearm, so we want it to be secure, stable, like reliable, right? Like this is not a joking, we're not making like a book cover or,
Yeah.
You want to make sure that when you're done with the product and you send it out to a person that's going to have a live firearm on their side, that you're sending them a sturdy, secure product.
Exactly.
Well, I think we talked about this when we were doing the jacket thing, because we talked a little bit about, because you guys just got back from Sheridan, we were talking about the judging portion of it, and that was something that you're very particular, I know, on, Chris, whenever you're judging something, like, it has a purpose. It doesn't need to just look good.
Right.
It needs to hold a gun and secure a gun.
And you want to see that
very
it's
much
done that.
does. And so when I first started judging, 2014 was the first year I started judging the holster class, and there wasn't a functionality category in the judging criteria, and now there is, because we weren't going to have that.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a functional piece.
I'm a pretty easygoing dude. I don't get mad about stuff. I used to. I don't anymore. Age has its privileges, but at the same time, I get a little fussy, we'll say. If someone turns a holster in to be judged, whether it's at the Federation show or whether it's at the World Leather Debut or any other show, and it's very apparent that they just folded it over and stitched it and turned it in. They didn't even, it's never seen a gun. And that, I get a little tight about it. I was judging the Federation show. International Federation of Leather Guilds is what I'm talking about. If you're not in a leather guild, look one up in your area. Get in
You
one.
can look at the bottom of our website. Look at, we have all the guilds that we can find for the state.
I put it outside
Oh,
in the air.
well, that's better for us.
Yeah. So we have a place where you can search all the
Okay.
ones we have listed by state.
Awesome. Get in a guild.
Contacts and meeting dates.
Get in a guild. But we were at a show. It moved. The Federation show moves around state to state every year. It's somewhere different.
Springfield here in a couple years.
Yeah, we're gonna have.
Oh, is it?
We're gonna have our first one in 2028.
Nice.
She
I might
just
go
told
to
me
that
the
one.
other day.
Next year, I'm going to miss the first one I've missed since 2012. I'll miss because it's just the wrong time of year in the wrong place relative to the other shows I got to go to. But anyway, I was judging, and the way that we judge in the guild system is you got 3 judges, teams of judges, and there's 3 people per team. You get a scribe. The scribe writes down the notes.
Okay.
Which I love because I hate having to write down the notes. And I can't remember this gentleman's name. He's a good guy. But when we get to the holster, they always put me in the holsters. And I'll pick one up and it's, judge it for what it is. But it obviously hasn't had a gun in it. Right?
Mhm.
And that, like I said, tightens me up a little bit.
It's pet peeve number 1.
Yeah. And so I go through this long, and this guy has to write down what I'm dictating to him. And I looked at him and I said, "It is a cardinal sin to put a holster in a holster competition that does not hold a firearm. It has to be functional." And every holster in the class was that way. So I got to the point where all I had to do, sorry, I'm going to turn my phone off. There we go. By the time I would just pick it up, look at it, look at him, he'd just start writing, "It is a cardinal sin." And we're done.
That's it. That's all she wrote. They're drying outside. Well, it's kind of
Right.
breezy today, so I
Okay.
figured a little breeze.
All right, there is a 2 dry, so we do have to monitor.
There
it
is a
little
2 dry. Okay. Well, let's check out these guys.
bit. They're not, but let's leave them in here. That way we don't get busy and gabbing and joking about stuff.
That was probably the
Miss the
what we should've
window.
done last time.
That was the first glue layer.
Look, maybe we just sped it up a little bit with the breeze outside.
There you go. All right.
Gumby, it depends on what oil tan you have. So some oil tans are going to bleed more than others. Black is always a suspect for color coming off. So I would definitely take it to like a white piece of paper or like a white rag or something and kind of rub your leather on that a little bit. He was asking, they got some SLC oil tan leather to make a duffel bag.
Okay.
So rub it on a piece of white cloth or white paper if you don't have anything that's white cloth that you want to get dirty and see. But every oil tan leather is going to crock differently. But because of the oils, sometimes that does tend to cause bleeding a little bit more than like upholstery leathers
Makes sense.
might. Yeah.
Because oil is oil, it never dries.
Yeah. And so sometimes it just kind of holds, especially black. Like a lot of times your browns, you don't have too many issues with the browns, but if it's super oily, so you have like drier oil tans and more oilier oil tans. It's a pretty broad category.
I would imagine.
SB Foot has one. It's called Voyager.
Yeah.
And
That
you
thing
could
is.
probably make a boat out of it and sail in it.
Right? A lot of oil.
Oh, the cowboy collection? Oh, those are usually pretty good. The Cowboy's a much drier oil tan, so those don't typically crock very much.
Yeah, it's a chrome tan with.
Mm.
Yeah, you should
kind
be
of
good.
kind of a retan.
Yeah.
It's real nice leather.
There you go.
But it's not super heavy on the oil, so it doesn't tend to bleed as much. Or really, yeah, you should be good. I haven't really had any issues with that.
You good?
You good.
Right on. Well, speaking of that, this is obviously a veg tan liner. We never use chrome. Back in the old days, chrome is chroming salt. They tan it with salt, and that salt stays in the leather. And if the leather gets wet and your blue gun is next to it, it's going to rust. Sure as hell. And
Or knife cheese. Don't do that.
Yeah, definitely knife cheese.
People get other questions of, can you use a chrome on the outside and use a veg liner?
Technically, but the chrome has no body to it. It has no hand. So it's not going to hold its shape at all. So it's just, we'll use, like if we do like an underlay, if you're doing a filigree or something, you can use a little
bit in there.
In between the layers.
Yeah.
I generally don't recommend it as a body part, as like a shell or a liner, either one.
It doesn't accept water anymore. You can't mold it.
Can't mold it. It won't hold its shape.
Yeah.
It's just kind of, in a holster shop, kind of worthless. People used to tell me, oh, well, you've been using pig leather or pig liners for forever. You should use pig leather. Well, that's great. If you can find veg tanned pig leather,
have some.
That's fine, because it's real stiff, it's real thick, it holds up well, it wears well. But most people get pigskin from like without finding out what it is really, and don't realize it's chrome, and then that's a problem.
Yeah.
Horse butt makes a real nice liner, because it's super thick. Again, it's veg tan. It's super tough.
Super tight grains on them horse butts.
But it's hard. You can't really get the nice, pretty colors.
Yeah.
And I don't like to dye leather. I do not like to dye leather. I have ruined more projects in the last 20 years with a bottle of dye.
I know we were talking about, Chris was like, oh, do you guys sell the black collar from Herman Oak? And I was like, yeah, we carry the black and the brown, which they call rust if you're talking to Herman Oak, but we just call it brown. And that's great. Like if you need black or brown in your shop, buy the drum dye.
Buy the dyed stuff.
It finishes lovely. You can put whatever coat you want. It's unfinished from the tannery, so you can still stamp and carve it.
Yep. And it carves well. People are like, you carve that? Heck yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got a guy in Illinois, Alligator Bob. Alligator Bob's a motorcycle, we'll call him upholstery guy, because he does seats, bags, the whole thing. And quite a famous dude in the motorcycle world. But I do his carving for him. But of course, it's all Harleys and Indians. So it's all black leather. And I carve this stuff on a regular basis, and it's just fine. It's kind of a drag to find your trace, when you trace it on there.
Oh, yeah.
It's real easy to lose a line when you're trying to carve it, because they're hard to see.
Yeah.
But it carves lovely. It carves lovely.
I say sometimes I've noticed it takes a little bit longer for it to absorb the water, because I think they plate it maybe a little bit harder.
They do.
Or just with the chemicals.
And for a fact,
dyeing.
the pigment actually resists the water.
Yeah.
Because the black pigments are the largest molecule of pigment.
Yeah.
And it causes problems if you don't know how to work with it.
Sometimes I find wetting it from the back helps.
Yeah.
Because it tends to absorb faster.
Right.
Yeah, we did a field note journal. Denny and I did a video, and he carved it. And so I was like, oh, can't really see the tooling on it. So we took Gilder's paste.
Right.
And then rubbed that on and used that as
now you can see
the
it.
antique for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was fun.
Like a rub and buff, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. Good stuff.
What tackiness are you looking for?
So, if I'm not pushing very hard, right? That's too wet. If it's coming back with you, picking up off the table, it's too wet. It should be barely about as dry as when we got the dryer out on the first coat.
Like this one. Like I can still feel the tack, but it's not really.
Yeah.
It releases.
This one's pretty close, but you can still wait
up there a little bit.
Wait a while. And the thing is, by the time this one's ready, this one's going to be really ready.
Right.
Right? Because we had to do them in line. But so I think when I'm doing black and tan like I did that one, brown and tan, or brown and chestnut. That's chestnut. we do a third holster after all this is done, maybe Thursday or whatever. We might just do a tan and black and use the black as the liner instead. It'll look cool.
Sounds good.
Did you see the one comment on YouTube there that a guy
Alligator Bob made the custom seat on my HD Fat Boy. He does great work.
He does. If it's carved, I did your carving. He does a lot of. He doesn't do much carved stuff. Most of his stuff isn't carved.
What do you need?
My tea jug.
Oh, it's right here.
Must have tea.
Sweet or unsweet?
All right.
You're from
Justin's gonna
Colorado.
take over
Yankee
camera
tea.
controls for a bit.
Unsweet.
One does not put sugar in tea. It's disgusting.
I drink a lot of hot tea lately. I can't do like regular black tea.
Put a little honey in it.
I don't drink regular black tea. I only drink just like hot tea with different flavors.
Gotcha. The only hot tea I like is I'm gonna say it wrong, Lapsang Souchong. It's a smoked tea.
Never heard of it.
It's
Fancy.
tasty.
Like a Chinese tea?
It is.
That sounds good.
It is, and I had it the first time in Switzerland. We were at Leather Louie's shop teaching a class, and she put the big European tea friends out there, and just to be polite, I'm usually not a hot tea guy, but I drank some of that. I'm like, dang, that's all right. One thing it does not make is good iced tea.
No.
Oh, that is not right.
There was a couple years ago, we were in Tucson and we went to some Italian restaurant, and Kevin always orders unsweet tea. That's his thing. And so he got his tea and he was like, Liz, this is the best tea I've ever had. And so I tried it, and then I asked him before we left, and it was like a local place in Arizona that makes a desert flower tea.
Weird.
And so every like year or so, I send him a bag. I just go and I buy a bag and I ship it here and give it to Kevin.
Does he
it's
just
good.
get it when he goes to the gem show? You guys still do that, don't you?
We do.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe you could go by and actually buy it, but I don't. I didn't make it that far, but probably not. He gets too distracted by the rocks.
That tea shop down on Commercial Street.
Mhm.
I go there a lot. Usually right after I eat it.
Cafe Cusco's.
Cafe Cusco's. Favorite place in town?
Guys, glue drying is lots of fun.
It's kind of like paint drying. But you can't touch paint to see if it's dry. Leave a fingerprint. Yeah. And how dry it is kind of, that's a, what do they call it? Tactile feedback. You have to learn
Yeah.
what it feels like over time. You just got to have the experience with putting it together.
Okay, so today we did like our two light ones, and then we did our two dark with like our insides and our outsides. Would you preferably do the two panels that are going to go together so they're drying the same, or do you like it that one's a little extra dry and one's a little more tacky? Does it matter?
That is, I think, splitting hairs to a certain degree.
All right, well, that's fair.
It's a little bit splitting hairs. It's important. The right level of dryness is certainly important, but it's not anything to lose sleep over,
Sure. Yeah. Like when you're tooling, like what's good when you're cutting, what's good when you're beveling.
Right.
But there's a range.
Right.
Oh,
getting back to carving this black leather, and I've got all the colors that Herman Oak carries, and some of them are overruns from special orders and things that other people. I almost brought some Cuban brown, and I'm like, no, that's not fair. Nobody else can get that. It's purple though. It's really kind of a cool color. If you've ever next time you're up there, look for Cuban brown.
So there was this one time that we got in some black that had come out weird.
Oh yeah.
And some of them were a little bit purple, but then some of them were like a green hue, and I sold the crap out of those.
Is that right?
People loved it. The
like
fat wrinkles were beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It was like the black was too light, or it was like too heavy on one pigment in the black than another.
Yeah.
I thought it was fantastic.
But I was getting at on these darker leathers, once you get them wet, you can kind of look at veg tan, just a natural veg tan, and kind of tell how wet it is just looking at it.
Right.
When it starts coming back to color, it's right. Well, black's going to be black no matter what you do to it.
Right.
So go to your local lumber yard and buy a wood moisture meter. It's a $30 tool. It's got these little prongs on it, and they use it to test wood as you're drying wood after you cut wood and you wick it and you test it. Well, you can lay that on your leather and it'll tell you how much moisture's in your leather. And if it's dead dry, it will read 0.
All
Right.
right.
And like the guy that shared this with me, I saw him at a show, was Ben Geisler. We were turned beyond to using that tool.
Mhm.
And he says he likes to carve it about 13%. I find I like to carve it like 18%. I like mine a little more moist than he does or whatever. That's fine. It's not right or wrong. It's a matter of preference. But if you're going to use this leather, get yourself that tool.
Interesting.
It's invaluable when
Yeah.
you're doing black leather.
I hadn't thought about that. Like,
Yeah.
as an option.
Yeah.
Tidbits.
Tidbits. Like I said, I'm the kind of guy, I'm not a routine person. I don't do routine well.
Yeah.
That's why I don't manufacture. I'm not making 100 of anything in any short amount of time. But I try different things. I'm always trying new stuff. I'm always trying to playing with things and this kind of chemical versus that kind of chemical. Yeah.
Refine.
Just dialing stuff
Experiment.
in. So, I was reading my own instructions for the belts, which I did, over 10 years ago.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, I don't do that anymore. I don't do that anymore either. It's okay to do it.
Right.
But I found other ways to do it. And I'm like, oh, should I rewrite this whole thing? No.
You can make an addendum one day that's like
something.
the last decade
Well, it's like,
tips and tricks.
I used to print everything myself, but now I have my booklets printed. And, you've got a stack of 100. Well, you got to change them. You got to throw those away. That's money.
Yeah. I hear
I'm
that.
not doing that. If it's not critical, I'm not messing with it. And like I said, I've put out over 10,000 different pattern packs cumulatively, not just this one, since then. And I've had one little bit of negative feedback, and it was so, this dude was
So
OCD
nitpicky.
to the freaking nth degree. Generally, people find my instructions pretty easy to follow, easy to read. The guy that won the holster class in the debut this year, the tooled holster class, he was asking me questions before the show, and there's only so much I can really, as the judge, there's only so much I can,
Right.
guide people in how to compete. It's not really fair. One thing I said is, because I was following him, and he was designing this gun belt, and it was just wrong. and I'm like, I can't tell you a whole lot, but it might behoove you to pick up my instructions and patterns and learn how to do it right if you're going to compete with this rig. And he did, and he won. Right? Because he's a real good carver.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Kane, I believe is his name. Real good carver, real good maker. And he ended up winning. And one of the judging criteria are design. Right?
Right.
And I gave him a 9. And I wrote in the notes, I said, I would have given you a 10 for design, but I could do better. You don't get a 10 for my design, son bitch.
Oh,
but it was a real nice rig. He did a real nice rig.
nice.
Denny
Good.
competed this year. He did real well also.
All right, so if you guys are just joining us or haven't, we've been drying for a while now, so I haven't really been talking about things. We're making a double Buscadero Hollywood gun belt. This guy.
Very slowly.
So these are the holster part of it.
All right, so I'm very carefully, because I don't want to end up off my leather, very carefully lining up my holes.
Sorry, I gotta figure the cameras out.
And again, we've got to apply pressure. If you don't have a slicker, get a slicker. I don't care if it's glass from Barry King or you make one out of hardwood. It's got to be a real tight grain. You cannot use oak. Oak is too open. It will leave marks. But you can use like a black walnut. This is Purple Heart, Cocobolo, Bacote. Any of your exotic Brazilian type or South American wood. Just tighten up or it won't leave a mark. Ooh, that was close, but it's on there.
I know, I hate that. Gluing down my linings. Like, it's fine when you cut it, and then somehow things happen because it's leather.
Right. Oh, I forgot to do something, Liz.
Oh no, I don't have your instructions in front of me.
I know it.
What did we forget to do?
It's not critical, but it makes it a little easier to fold right here. If you take
Oh.
a push skiver and take the little ditch out of the back,
Yep.
makes it a little easier to fold.
All right, so right where this
Here.
kind of buckle comes in?
Right, yeah, right at the fold.
Okay. So if you're at
Just on
home,
the, yeah.
do you skive both pieces or just the
No,
black
just
one?
just the top one.
Just the top.
Just
All
the
right.
shell, yeah. Just the shell. That helps it bend over itself a little easier. And I'll be honest with you, I forget to do it probably every other holster.
Yeah.
It's not critical mass. It's just something that makes your life a little easier.
Do you typically do it before you apply the glue?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. One of the cool things about that silver pen is you can erase it if you don't like it. Hey, there we are, done with that. So, what we're going to do is punch some holes, make our lives a little easier.
Oh.
That's too big. We'll use this one. Okay,
It'll make your life easier.
I like it.
Oh yeah, wear respirators if you're grinding on Coca-Cola.
And most,
Just wear a respirator when you're grinding on anything, probably
much.
including leather.
I've heard it's hard to get Coca-Cola anymore. I don't know.
Since my husband has switched to mostly stone handles, I also don't know. We just have piles of lapis laying around now.
There you go.
And I'm just like, what are you going to use with the 10 boulders, Chris? What are you going to do with 10 boulders? You're going to make 3 knives out of it. I don't know.
A little bit more. Yeah, a lot of the exotics are quite poisonous to be breathed anyway. You can touch them all day, just don't breathe them. See, those little buttholes went right in the trash. Okay. We'll cut these later, not a big deal. But we're going to trim these out. We'll see how this works out.
Who made your head knife?
This one happens to be a leather wrangler.
Nice.
I had that one custom done. Paul put my little logo on there for me. My other happy knives are the Sean Woodson knives.
Mm-hmm.
I like them quite a bit.
Yeah,
Actually got to help him design that one.
Nice.
But I like them both. I like the...
We've been touting Sean quite a bit here recently, ever since, well, because he sits up right across from us at the Sheridan show.
Yeah.
And so Denny just finds his way over there and they just talk knives when Sean doesn't have people at his table. And
Yeah. So the first year he was there, I went up and I, as I typically am, we're broke as far as buying new head knives goes. Because once you've got one and it's a really good one, it's hard to justify that next one, you know.
Yeah.
So I went up there, but I am a sucker for Damascus.
Mm-hmm.
And he makes his own Damascus. Sean's one of the few people that actually forges his own knives.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else buys sheets and has them laser cut and puts edges on them. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but I like the fact that he actually makes his blades.
Yeah.
And I said, Sean, today's not the day. I said, but I will be having you make me a Damascus knife. He says, well, tell you what. And he handed me that one. And he says, you take that home and tell me what you don't like about it.
All right.
So I did, and he sent me that one, which is a little closer.
Mm-hmm.
And, or is it? No, he sent me this one, which is a little closer. And then I told him a couple other things, and he said, give me that one. I said, that's the right knife.
Gotcha.
So if you go to Sean's website, this is a Mod 2. Mod 2, okay? That's that knife. It's a great knife. And I'm going to tell you something, this makes most of my knife makers cringe. When I get a new head knife, this one included, I take them over to the sander on this top bit, and I flatten that out just a little bit.
Okay.
I just take that point off of there. And I just told Paul I did that. He about came apart. And he said, why'd you do that? And I said, well, when I turn it over, I'm going around these little detailies. It slides. It doesn't dig.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, that's pretty neat.
Oh, snap.
Because going around these little tight corners,
Well, and probably
it's easier to use that.
you might
the
end up just
handles
breaking
up
that
the
off.
table. Yeah.
And you probably broke it off.
This was my very first knife ever. I bought that in 2009. And at the house, I've got a buffer motor with a cloth wheel and a leather wheel. And that's how I strop my knives. A lot of us do it that way. And it was burning at me, so I was doing this. And that cloth caught that knife right there and threw it on the floor and broke that tip off. And I was devastated. It was my first professional tool, and I broke it like the first week I had it. And but I figured out it was a very fortunate thing because this works.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's how I learned that trick. Like I said, it's not that I'm that smart. I just learned from my mistakes.
There was a situation, and it actually came out better on the other side.
And I'll tell you what, if you guys are doing this at home, this is how you know whether your knife is sharp or not. Because not only are you going through 14 ounces of leather, but you got that layer of glue that's causing resistance on your blade. So if your knife isn't absolutely stropped out, it's going to tell you right here.
Well, I assume you stropped him before you headed this way.
All of them. That's why there's 5 knives here.
But literally anytime Denny comes in here, he's going to strop whatever tools he's bringing every time he goes to use them.
Yep.
So either strop it before you use it, or I have heard some people say strop it after they're done using it. That way it's ready to go the next time. And they don't,
a lot of times,
they just move the
Usually I don't do it afterwards because I'm setting the knife down, moving to the next thing. But as soon as I pick it up, that's the first thing I generally do is go over to the strop. One thing else I learned, other than that, having that little tip broken off is pretty handy. Every buffer motor is held on its mount by 2 screws. And if you just take those screws out, turn the motor around, put them back in, now your wheels are turning away from you.
Yeah.
So if you do catch your knife, it's not going to throw it at you. It's going to throw it away from you. And it's easier to see. When you're doing this, it's hard to see what you're doing.
Yeah.
When you're doing this, now you can see that bevel and you can lay it right on there, just like that. And I always have my fingers up here like this. Because if any heat starts getting into those fingers, I know I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah.
You don't want to overheat our blade. We'll lose our temper, and that's that. Then you're just done.
I think that's what Chris loved about his T90 when he got one, or his TW90, was the reverse. The motor goes both ways.
Yeah.
I know, I feel like I'm a very spoiled leather crafter that I have a knife shop in my garage. We'll Gumby grind it right off, and then you'll have a little flat part on the side. See, head knives can be intimidating, but you just got to use them. So Denny, when he started this, that's what the saddle shop gave him. He
Yep.
said, "Here you go. This is what you use." So he never knew any better. But it's a very versatile tool.
And, you know, if you don't have a head knife, that's fine. You can use a box knife or whatever. You know, work your way up to a real knife. Do not use a scalpel cutting this heavy leather. The blade's too thin. It's just unsafe. Don't do it. There's people out there teach it on YouTube. I very quietly don't get involved with those people. But don't do that. Do not use a scalpel to cut heavy-duty leather.
I feel like it's also really hard to get like a straight edge with such a, because your blade is so flexible.
You would think. The video I happened to watch, I'm not going to mention any names, he did a pretty decent job. That's obviously what he's used forever. That's the thing, you get used to something, you can make wrong tools work well.
Yeah.
Once you get used to using them wrong. Something ain't right about that. But anyway, put all these back away.
I just have just a regular head knife that has like, you know, the full half moon. And sometimes I'm always afraid I'm in there cutting that I'm going to like get my face with the other side. That's my real concern.
Well, you know.
I'm like, "Oh, Liz, you're getting in too close. Back up a little bit." But I mostly just use my box cutter.
And by the way, there's no real prize for going through in one pass. Maybe a little bit of efficiency. Accuracy is more important. Takes you 2 or 3 times to get through that leather. That's fine as long as it's done accurately.
You can't put it back, y'all.
You can't put it back. Now, as I come up to where I punch that hole in my fold there, I'm going to stop short. Come back the other way. Because what happens is you're coming out here and you got all this resistance, and all of a sudden you don't, and boom, you punch into your leather. That's bad, okay?
And then you cry.
You caught me off guard.
With Mr. Mackey
Yeah.
from Colorado, man, you know I love my South Park.
Yeah.
It's gotten a little weird lately, but we won't bring that up.
Oh, the whole world's gotten a little weird lately.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. Matt and Trey might have jumped the shark. I don't know. But they rebuilt Casa Bonita, so I love them. So yeah, that's and a lot of people that follow the South Park. There's the Casa Bonita episode, right? Quite a famous episode for those boys. That everything about that restaurant that's in that TV show is absolutely correct. The cliff divers,
Really?
Black Bart's Cave, all that stuff is real. That restaurant is probably 15,000 square feet. It's huge.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was designed by some of the people that designed the original Walt Disney. Disney World, rather.
Okay.
Disney World, right? So yeah, it's a
And where is that?
pretty
I'm not
spectacular.
familiar. Where is that?
Sorry, it's Lakewood, Colorado. It's in suburb of Denver.
Okay.
Basically Denver.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's Disney-esque. That's beautiful. Interesting.
Yeah, there you go. There's cliff diving well inside.
Oh, well, that looks like fun. It's a restaurant?
Yeah. Mexican?
Mexican?
Yeah.
I could go for some Mexican. Oh, Dustin, you must have missed. We just talked about that. Yeah, he forgot to skive that at the fold line. Thanks for calling us out, man.
Oh, man.
Jeez.
That's
yeah, no,
all right.
he literally glued it together and was like, poop.
Exactly. And here's the thing, folks. You're going to see me screw stuff up.
Because it's live.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not necessarily 100% in my own shop. I'm here doing all this with cameras and
Yeah.
distractions and stuff. I'm going to forget things and do things wrong, maybe. So, like right now, I can hear the dull in this blade.
Mm.
It was perfectly sharp when I did the other one and most of this, but I can feel it needs a strop right about now. So I'll just let's grab a different one. Like I said, I tuned all these up before I left.
Here, Ozzy said he posted a picture of his very first holster with a Stingray inlay on Discord.
Okay.
Thanks.
But yeah, if you can hear your knife tearing through fibers, it's time to strop your knife.
See, I think like the biggest thing that I feel like we can impart to fresh leather crafters or even seasoned ones that may not be is like sharp tools make the work so much easier, so much more efficient and cleaner.
True.
If you're struggling through with a dull blade of any kind, you are just creating more slip hazards for yourself.
What in the
You
world?
just can't cut. You're more likely to cut yourself probably. In that situation, cut a piece of leather that you didn't want to cut. So, Ozzy Osbourne, 7972 on the YouTubes. I don't know what he is on Discord, but
I haven't figured Discord out yet.
me neither. It's okay.
Brendan Corral got me on it. Of course, he's young and knows everything about the internet, but I don't get it. All right. Bitchin'.
We got holster
We
parts.
got holsters. I'm going to be so irritated at myself if I came all the way here and didn't bring my own oil with me. Unbelievable.
A dull blade is the most dangerous blade.
100%.
Looks good. Those are some curvy holsters.
Curvy. So we're making a drop loop holster where this bit goes through a slot in the belt. Another pet peeve of mine when I'm judging or just looking at other people's stuff at the range, they'll make a drop loop holster where there's a slot. Where we at? There's a slot that goes in, and the holster top is narrower than the slot. Slops around in there. You draw the gun out not quite right, the whole holster can come up a little bit. I build what I call hips. These are hips. So when that goes in there, it literally pops into that slot, and it cannot move at all. That is by design. It's not just to be pretty. There's a function to it.
Those hips have purpose.
Inappropriate comment. I'll leave it at that.
Striker, those are Chris's wing dividers. Did you engrave? Who
No.
engraved your dividers?
And I'm embarrassed to say the gentleman that gave me these, he goes by Wubbins. Wubbins.
Okay.
I don't know his actual name.
Wubbins.
And I'm sad if you're watching or if anyone gets back to you, I'm sorry. I meet 500 people a year, probably, guessing.
It's hard.
And I have a hard time with names. All right, what I'm doing is I'm marking for my plug. So we're going to put a welt seam in here. You can see that or not. Probably not.
No. Look, Chris has a Sharpie. Good to go.
Okay. We're marking a 1/2 inch right there because that's how wide our plug's going to be. Do it on both sides, and I'm just coming straight off the bottom. I'm not following it around. Okay.
Let's see those wing dividers. Let's check them out.
So I'm going to take a push skiver or a French edger, depending on who you are. I'm just going to lift that grain right off of there. There's other ways to do this. I'll illustrate here in a second. You can, let's pretend this is a knife. You can take a knife edge and hold it this way and scrape that grain off of there.
Mm-hmm.
You could scratch it off there. You could sand it off there. But man, that just is so much easier and cleaner. You just lift it off.
I suppose maybe if you had an NP10, you could attempt to skive it off.
Ooh, I don't
but
think
that
so.
would be sketchy.
I don't think so. I've got one. I never even thought about putting a holster in it.
Oh, we're on the wrong side. We'll get you a striker. It looks like you just lasered some scrolls in there
Mm-hmm.
with a
And then
little
he's got my
Slickbald logo.
Little Slickbald logo on the knob there, yeah. Black line actually threw me off for a second. What the hell? And this is any cutting tool fits this, but if this tool isn't sharp, you can't do this.
Mm-hmm.
You will fight it and fight it and fight it. And fight it some more.
And why are we skiving this line?
We're doing it now. We're doing it so we can glue our plug in, but we're doing it right now. So when we stitch the top and the bottom of this holster, we can come in and out of this glue seam and leave our tails in the glue seam, which I will demonstrate shortly.
Mm. Do you find that taking off that little bit of material also kind of helps seat everything together and make it a cleaner seam than just sanding it off?
I would say, yeah, because you have a nice clean edge to work from.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so as I had mentioned, we'll probably have to move some cameras around. I don't know. I'm going to stitch. We're going to stitch this side, obviously. I'm going to show you on this side. We're going to stitch from in here, across the bottom, to in here. Then what we'll do is we'll pull our tails into the inside of the holster, and when we glue everything together, we will glue those tails down. We don't have to worry about back stitches and double stitches and lock stitches and stuff. Okay. Same on the top. We'll start in here, come all the way around, and end up back in here. Pull our tails through and glue them down.
Just leave them in. Beautiful.
I don't know this has got to be a use for this somewhere. I don't know. I hate throwing stuff away.
It's kind of hard to see the engraving when you got some engraving. And it's WUTA is the brand. Yeah, that's all right.
100% Chinese, but they work.
Yeah.
What'd you say? Potentially, I gotta get some ads done.
We are going to grab.
I was going to say, where's our...
We're going to test because I haven't used this machine yet.
Remember, guys, before you sew your main project, make sure the
Always
machine is set up
test.
correctly. Oh, that's dark.
Yeah, it's not as light as it could be.
Okay, that's fine.
We're
We're going to be moody.
Yeah, once you
We're
put
gonna
some
film
project
noir,
in
they
there,
call that, right?
you'll be able to see it.
Okay. Set that there. Set that there. And we're going to lock our wheels because I don't want to chase the machine.
That's a good idea. That looks like you're in reverse.
Yep.
The good part is that light is so bright right there that
Yeah.
once he puts the project under there, if I don't have it that dark in the surrounding, it'll just blow out the project.
Someone was making big stitches. All right, so we're using a 277 top thread. I'm going to guess that we're using a
Top and bottom.
top and bottom both. Okay,
Mhm.
that's fine. Normally I run a size smaller on the back stitch. It just makes it a little cleaner. Doesn't hurt anything. Doesn't really help anything.
I
We are
do.
going to change feet though. What in the world? Watch this, not even in there.
Are you looking for your holster plate?
No, that's not in there at all.
What do you
Looking
need?
for the double foot.
A double foot?
Alright. There's what the hell that is.
Let me go see maybe if
Alright,
it's
so
a
it's
class 3.
It's not really going to get critical until we do the holster seam.
Okay.
Right now this is fine for what we're doing.
Okay.
I just prefer that double foot. Right, stitch off. Alright, so 277 thread, we've got a number 23 needle. When we go to do our welt seam, we will switch to a 25 needle. Ooh, that is quick. We will inspect.
Andy's gonna wrangle me up a double foot.
So I'm doing is I'm checking for my knot depth. It's about right in the middle. Not the best tool for it, but it works today. Alright, well, that's fine.
It's always a pain working in a place that's not your own shop, isn't it?
Yeah, I do it a lot, so it gets easier.
Are we using a size 25 needle?
I'm using a 23. I think you said
23.
that when I mentioned that.
Okay.
It's a smaller hole, makes a nicer stitch. When we go to our welt seam, and we're stitching, 7/8 thick piece of leather, 3/4, whatever it turns out to be. We will go to a 25 because that thickness of leather creates too much friction and burns the thread. All right, so we're within the glue seam, within the glue seam. Now we can hide these tails. We'll pull this through. We'll glue them down just like that.
Oh yeah, you almost do need a class 4 with that piece going inside the throat
It
there.
helps.
It'd be a little tight with a class 3.
Yeah. While I was stitching this one time, I was making a 52-inch double Buscadero rig. And I was going to a guild show. It was one of my entries. And I was stitching around the holster slot, which I don't do anymore, but I was then. And the belt was so long it hit something, and I whiskey throttled, and I couldn't stop stitching. So I'm just holding it in place, just stitching the crap out of one little spot. And it wasn't even able to hide it. So I'm like, oh God, I don't have time to remake this belt before the show. The customer's never going to see this belt, but I got to take it to the show. So I took it out, finished the stitch, took it out, dropped a bunch of water in those holes so that leather'd swell up, and I slicked them down as good as I could. And I took the belt and I entered it, and it won its class and it won its division and all the stuff it was supposed to do. And it was my first show, so I was a little nervous about everything. And someone caught me in the vendor room the next day and said, I want you to know I was on your judging team for that black gun belt that you did. And it took us 15 minutes to find your mistake. I said, really? What'd you find? I'm not admitting anything. She said there was a filigreed area with some hair on underneath it. And she said, in that one of those areas you filigreed, there was a little piece of silicone glue showing. That was your mistake. They never saw the hamburger that I created with that stitching machine. The lesson here is don't be too hard on yourself about your mistakes. Most people can't see them even when they're looking. One. Excellent. We'll put that on it. With what?
Did you drop off the double?
Mm-hmm.
Good. First you tried to tell me you didn't have one, and I was like, all right, Anderson.
Every
And we
machine
got it.
comes with one. You gotta have one.
Does it?
Yep.
Hmm.
Pretty sure. I don't think you have to have the dream machine just for the feet. All the plates and stuff you do, but
The premium?
yeah.
I don't know anymore.
Hey, you know what we could do one of these days when I get this rig done?
Hmm.
This week? If you wanted, if you thought it would be helpful, like we could do a live stitcher class that I do at the shows.
That'd be fun.
I do a couple-hour stitcher class at every trade show. Demystifying the Class 4 and the 26 technically.
I think that there cannot be enough information out there for people that are troubleshooting their own machinery.
Oh yeah.
I got a class 26 last year, and the one time I attempted to use it, I didn't have the right needle thread combination that I was trying to work with, and I also, for some reason, was just like, I'm not going to hold my bobbin thread. I don't even know what was wrong with my brain, but something was not working correctly, and I ended up getting thread bound up under the needle or the bobbin shuttle, and I had to take it all apart like 2 or 3 times. I was calling Jim at like 8 o'clock at night, and I was like, "Oh my God, I might need you to come to my house to fix this." But he walked me through most of it, and I found a couple videos here and there, but like those tiny screws. And I was like, why didn't I just hand sew this? I could have just probably already been done by the time I did all of this shenanigans. Oh, because maybe at some point I decided that I was just going to punch holes with the machine. And I didn't pull all the thread out of all the spots I needed to pull thread out of before I just decided to run holes. And I just made so many mistakes. And I haven't used it since. I'm like, girl, we're not friends. Garrett wants to know if you have any insight into the FAFS 145.
Into the what?
The FAFT, the
Oh,
machine.
the
PAF.
PAF? If it's not a cylinder arm machine like this one, I don't know anything about it. I am pretty in tune with the cylinder arms, but I don't know anything about. I don't have the 26. I have a 26. I'm reasonably decent with that. Not as quite as knowledgeable there as I am on this, but
Let's Google. What do we got?
does PAF make a cylinder arm machine? I thought they just did tabletop machines.
I'm going to see what the 145 Google's at.
Okay. We can switch the cameras back to the table.
Time to punch holes.
Nope.
Nope.
Time to beat our backstitch down.
We're just going to beat the leather.
right, so right now this back stitch is really proud. All right, especially since it's a full weight thread. You can really feel it. That's much better.
Yeah.
This is critical. You can use a slicker. It takes longer. It takes a lot more physical effort. I don't know if you can see on camera or not. There's a visible difference. You can't see that at all. But trust me when I tell you there is a physical difference there.
Yeah, you can feel the ridge and then not feel the ridge.
Doing the same one twice, Chris. But I could see it. See? That's. Alrighty. That is that.
Oh. Not anymore, Striker. It really just seats the thread in there.
It does. It also kind of helps close the leather up.
Yeah.
Something I want to talk about real quick, especially if you're hand stitching and you get up and you're doing this 3/4 inch thick piece of stuff. There are guys out there who'll tell you, oh, you take a little drill and you drill holes to stitch with. Don't do that. The reason being is when you remove the leather, you've just got threads in a hole. There's nothing to hold them there. If the thread breaks, they're just going to unravel. If we pierce it, like either with a needle or an awl, we're spreading the leather, and it's going to be able to then relax back and hold those stitches in place. And that's why you don't use a drill, ever. Yeah. Okay? Ever, ever. All right.
Sorry, I always tell them that I judge them if they punch holes to sew. I'm like, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
But I'm just going to judge you for it.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely. 100%. 100%. One thing I'm a little short-sighted on was maybe a little thing of water and sponge.
I have a spray bottle, but I could go get a sponge.
Yeah,
I will go get.
We're gonna wet the edges here a little bit.
Okay. Oh, I'll get you Denny's edging kit.
Oh no! Everybody can see my tail. While we're waiting on that, we'll just go ahead and punch our lace holes. I'm going to use a smaller punch than I did when I put them in the holster down there. We're going to use a 5/8, or 5/8, goodness gracious, a 5/16. Ow. Don't do that. It hurts.
So that's like the knife maker's sin, because they all drill their holes. And I'm like, well, it's wrong, but I understand.
Now that all being said, there's nothing wrong at all with taking an awl and fixing it, drilling a hole in an arbor press rack, and doing it that way. It's not all about having to push it with your hand. It's about using the right tool, regardless of how you get it through the leather.
Dustin said, or the laser guys who burn their holes in for stitching.
Same problem. All right, see all those little leather buttholes that are on the floor hurting our feet? And when they're double thick, boy, that actually really hurts. I don't care what kind of shoe you're wearing. It is uncomfortable. All right. Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome. I know where to come up with this in the store.
You can do this one. All right, we're going to edge this off because once we stitch it all together, it's going to be kind of a pain. So we're going to edge it.
Do you usually normally do this with a grinder at home?
With a
Or do you
grinder.
hand do it? Do you finish your edges? Do you sand them?
Oh, yeah, we'll get into that.
Okay. I got ahead of schedule.
And guys, use a round your edges off. It just looks so unprofessional and unfinished to leave a square edge. I don't care if you burnish it and it's square, it still just doesn't look right. Now on this back side, I'm going to make sure not to edge inside my glue seam because when we glue it all together, we're going to have little bumps if we do that. Oops.
Just water.
It's just
Maybe a little sow soap.
It's just water. And we're getting our edges wet before we edge them, the same reason we get our leather wet before we carve it. It's easier.
Yeah.
It works better. Get a drop on there. Just kind of get the whole thing a little bit wet. That way that spot doesn't leave a watermark. If you have this water out here, that allows that water to wick away and not leave that spot. And if you're getting your edges wet and you're trying to edge that leather and it's just getting all bunched up and it's pushing, there's three options. A, you got too much water on it. B, your tool is dull. Or C, you got into some belly leather.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot wet edge belly leather. It just fights you.
Those fibers are too loose and they want to shred instead of cut. That was the first when I first started making knife sheaths, I was like, oh, for the welt, I can use these pieces. And I could never get my edge finished.
Nope.
I was sewing, and then as I was putting the needle through, all the fibers, because the welt was really loose, because it wasn't tight grain,
Right.
The fibers would push apart, and then my welt was expanding and contracting, and then you could never get anything finished or done. So I learned, okay, belly's not good for that either. Like when you're making a saddle, belly has uses in the saddle because you need it to stretch and move in certain spots. But for holsters and knife sheaths, backs are where for everything. Because that loose grain just is not conducive, or the loose fibers in the flesh.
So if I did what I'm doing right here, I've got this little piece of leather. I've glued it together, double-sided. Once you edge that off with a particular edger, that's it, right? You can't get any more leather off there, but if you put a little polish on there, now you've got a means of stropping your edgers.
For me, I feel like we've got a bunch of people talking about like the patterns that come with like hole spacing, or they're telling you to use some sort of a round hole punch for your sewing when you're buying the patterns. I think that maybe it's okay if you're getting into leather work and you don't know if you want to do it yet, and you're just kind of getting started.
And I kind of think that some of the beginner kits set people up thinking to think that it's right to punch a hole.
Right. Yeah, you get like
Because
the
they come
pre-punched
with a
wallet backs.
pre-punch.
And yeah.
If you're lacing, that's I guess that's fine. But if you're stitching, properly stitching, you really want to all your hole.
Yeah. Once again, you guys do what you will. We'll just judge you.
We'll just judge you for it. Yeah.
Maybe out loud a little bit. Look, I moved it
Oh,
closer.
look at you.
It's like,
The
where
guy
does
that makes a lot of
Chris need his
trash.
trash? Where does the trash go?
See, in the shop, it's just over there.
Okay.
Blindly that way.
I'll sweep it up later.
Sometimes it lands on the stitcher, sometimes it lands in the bucket, but it gets there.
I decided this last time because I got my my stitching chisels from Crimson Hide over in Singapore, and I really like them. They're great. I've been using my regular set for years now, and I was like, I'm gonna get a reverse set. And I have been struggling to get the front and the back to like match exactly. Like I'll end up like one hole shy somehow. And I don't know, I've been talking to one of our regulars, Nick, on here about it a little bit. And, you know, like even if whenever you're sanding, everything's not perfectly vertical when you go to make your stitch line, like once again, one side might be longer than the other because of math.
Because of leather.
And so I did it on like one or two projects, and I had to finagle a few weird holes and like go in and out of a few like more than once to like get everything lined back up. And I was like, okay, this is not working. And this is actually making my life much harder than just because I'll go through, because no awl is going to go all the way through a knife sheath. And so I'll do my front layer, and then I go to assemble everything, you know, and then you take your chisels. No chisel is going to go through
a sheath. How does it go through a cantle?
No, I didn't mean all. I meant my chisels.
Oh,
my
chisels. Yeah, of course.
They don't go all the way through. So I do the front, and then I take my awl and I go, you know, and do each hole individually. I just thought I was going to be slick and try to not have to do that, but I don't know. I'm still working on it.
I'm saying if you're not struggling in your shop a little every day, you're not doing enough different stuff. You're too much of a pigeonhole.
Yeah.
And that's okay. If you want to make the same thing over and over and over, that's fine. You want to make 100 holsters a week or 100 sheaths a week or whatever you're doing.
I say the leather market takes all.
That's great.
Yeah.
But are you growing any? That's the question.
Challenging yourself.
Right.
Trash can's right there, and I still missed.
So these are common edgers, Barry King common edgers. At home, I use what's called his bottom round edgers, and they're a very different shape, a little more expensive, but they really, really make a round edge.
So the one that has like it has a little lip, and then there's a hole at the bottom, and you can go both ways?
No, that's a bissonette.
Okay.
And we're going to use one of those in the belt slot. I'll show you what those are for. This looks pretty much like this, but it's got as opposed to just being dug out here, it has an entire blade shape to it.
Oh.
And it's a golf design, an old golf design that Barry started making a few years ago. And I really like them because I like a really round edge, especially on my welt seam. Not the most consistent stitch offset, but hey, we're winging it. It's all right. All right. Okay. We've got that. We'll do all our finish sanding and our slicking and our dyeing and all that stuff later, after it's all assembled and wet molded and everything's dry and everything. But we got to get this off of here now, because once it's all together, it makes it a little more challenging.
Come do that. Remember your processes.
All right. Got this big old randy chunk of skirt. We're going to make our welt seam plug out of it. So I'm going to do. Now, if you're fortunate enough to have a splitter in your shop, the way to do this is take this big old Randy thing, stick it in the splitter all at one time, and peel off like an ounce of grain. Just take the grain right off. Now you can use that grain as liner. It actually has some use to it. The splitter is the second biggest money maker in your shop. Get one if you're serious about this stuff at all. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that.
Yeah, when we have a splitter goes down, like that's a bad day. That's a day you're not getting most of what you need done.
Right. Oh, this is some Randy stuff. I say it's Randy, it's dry, it's hard to work with.
We got a fella named Ben Hill on here, and he played APA 8-ball and ranked at a 6 right now.
So that's the same league I'm in, and he's a rank ahead of me.
He said, "I think y'all West Coast and Mid Coast players are ranked better." LOL. Man, we got the pool playing drama on here.
So I forget this isn't cutting.
Oh.
I'm all fighting it. I'm like, dang it, I know this knife is sharp. What did I do? Used the wrong cutting surface, Chris. That's what you did. Oh, shoot. Look at that. It's just
Magic.
sort of, because like I said, this is a dry-ass piece of leather, so it does not want to cut.
This is also a really great little tip for people that are doing like a drop sheath, where they have the, what is that?
That is,
Maybe it's a bandolero style sheath. I'm not really sure what it's called. I don't make them very much, but it's like the same design, but it's just a knife sheath instead of a holster. I got some water.
Lord.
You want to get her wet?
That's what happens when you leave a chunk just sitting around for years at a time. It gets hard. But hard in this application is actually good for us. So we're going to let that slide. Now before we mark and cut this out of here, we need to get the grain off of it. It's easier to do what's before you cut it out.
Oh yeah, than trying to wrangle a
That
tiny piece.
little strip of leather, right?
Do you have a preferred splitter?
Splitter?
Mm-hmm.
I use a Cobra 14.
Okay.
Now we're going to double check that is still set at a half. Yeah, just grab an old piece of dried out leather, Chris. It'll help you.
We're going to leave here with all of our fingers today.
That is the goal.
Do you want another piece of skirting?
This is fine.
Okay. I think we might have some leather laying around.
You might. You keep teasing me with this big building you've got full of leather. I don't believe it exists. That is insane. This is where a bandsaw comes in handy. Holy cannoli, Chris. You brought the hardest piece of leather in your shop.
Oh my God, you're making me so nervous.
I'm also being very cautious to keep my fingers behind the blade or not in front of the blade.
Do you want some water? You can spray her down. She might cut a little better.
It's all right. We'll get it out. We only need 2. There it goes.
There might be a little rawhide in there.
Yeah, see it?
Yep.
Right there.
Rawhide.
So this is not coming home with me. You guys can do with it whatever you want. One.
We got one left.
Gee, me crickets. All right. You'd think that would line up, but it doesn't. So we got to cut. twice, unfortunately.
Here we go again.
Here we go again.
That might be worse. I don't know what angle I want to do. The one that will get the least amount of.
Well, just the spray will head straight towards the camera when it happens. It's not going to happen. It's going to be great. We're going to get this cut out.
Here.
Just look at the sewing machine.
This is crazy sauce. Hmm? I think it'll help. I don't think it's going to make that rawhide any nicer. I really don't. So I don't know if you guys can see it on camera. Or what camera we're looking at, that one. That one. So we come up here. There's a little, there you can see it, that little white line. Right there. And that tells me that this piece of leather was not in the pit long enough. Because that's rawhide. And that's why we're struggling to cut this. And that's why it's going to have to redo this blade when I get home. Because rawhide and head knives do not like one another.
I have some box cutters if you want to try that. Break off a blade every 10 centimeters. Yeah, Diamond, one time we had bought one of the pallets of, we call it Economy Plus. Hermano calls it X grade. And just on the back of the hide, it was written huge, like, do not split. Like, just massive. And so we sold it for, I don't know, it was super cheap. And we were like, okay, we cannot split this for you, and also watch out for buckshot because it's in there.
Oh my gosh.
Which is why it's not going to go through a splitter. We've split one before. That's not good for your blade. You don't want to split the buckshot. It'll come out and you'll have half a shot on one side and half, and then you look at you're like, now I have to change my blade.
All right, now we have a better technique.
What do we do? Hey.
What?
I don't know.
We're taking the grain back off of there, just like we did the other one. So I was cleaning my splitter. I had a little chip brush, little wooden paintbrush thing, and I forgot to put it in reverse, and it sucked that brush in there. Now luckily I have a backup blade because there's little chunks missing out of my blade.
Ugh. Was that recently?
Yeah.
Ugh. It's a bummer.
So no matter how many years you've been doing stuff, you can still screw things up.
And you do it so quickly.
Oh, yeah.
The next live shopping will be on Cyber Monday, guys. So the next live shopping event is Monday, December 1st. It will be all day long. Starting at 10 and probably till about 4:30 or so. So, if you want to send us cupcakes, that's when you can do it.
But I just done that the first time.
Garrett said, next week on live shopping, a piece of leather straight from Chris's shop.
We'll pay you to take it.
We'll have him sign it before he leaves, and then we'll auction it off.
Junky ass piece of leather. Junky ass?
Mm-hmm.
That's a new grade. We'll fill Adam in on that one. Junky ass. I don't know where I got this piece of leather. It was just in my shop. I don't know what tannery did it. awful, but it'll work for today.
Thanks, Badandy. We love you guys.
All right.
Did we make it?
Get rid of that junk. All right, so this is a list of Chris's pet peeves apparently today. When I pick up a holster and I see it, the outside's all done, everything's all finished off, and then this is just raw. That makes me so mad because it's unfinished. It's unprofessional. Don't do that. We are going to finish it. I'll even burnish it as soon as I find my thing that has the black marker in it. It's got to be in here. Yep. A number 1 magical black edge marker.
Sometimes on a sheath, because you really can't see very deep down inside of them because they're real tight, I'll just finish like the first 2 inches.
Yeah. No, that's totally acceptable. But this you can see all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, because it's nice and open.
Now, the only reason I'm using black is because we're using black leather. On that chocolate rig that we showed as an example, I used cordovan leather, or cordovan dye, because it's almost so brown it's black, almost.
Yeah.
But it's not that garish black, and I think black is just a little garish. And once upon a time, I know you probably know who Tony Lair is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Tony Lair, when I was still competing, he was the holster judge, back when there was only one class. And I was using black because that's what I was taught. And he says, Chris, the finest holsters are all edged with cordovan dye. And man, that's just been it ever since. Tony said so. All right, another pet peeve is to have a big old flat chunk spot at the bottom of a holster. So when I stitch this together, I want it to look just like that. I don't want it to have a big gap, right? I don't want to see that plug on the bottom. So we're going to skive that off. Now my knife's unhappy because I fought all that stupid cartilage. Or rawhide, rather, cartilage.
The cartilage of the skin, if you will.
Yeah. Did I screw this knife up too?
Striker, the Sharpie is on the inside, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the
that is
Sharpie is
in the side,
the
so it's going
inside.
to go just like that.
Yeah. So he's not finishing the outside with the Sharpie. That's just to color the inside, quick
when,
and easy.
Because it's a black holster, we will use the Sharpie when we're all done.
Or okay. Okay. Yeah.
Because black dye sucks, and Sharpie ink is better. This is just one of those weird Chris things.
Yeah. No, your skive's got to match.
Skive's got a match. What? And I must have killed this knife. It doesn't want to cut at all. I know.
It's a good thing you brought 4 of them.
Yeah.
Denny has a couple more. We'll just keep bringing head knives in here. It's gonna do.
Seriously.
Well, I'll take you over to his station later, and you can polish them.
It's not the knife. I'm still fighting that piece of cartilage, is what it is.
Oh,
or a piece of rawhide.
yeah.
Rather.
No, that's true. We cut the leather, but we still have the leather.
God dang.
That's a good rawhide.
Strip that out of there and start braiding things with it. All right, so we've tipped those out all the way to the bottom. If it comes up, if something you're learning to skive, you're fighting things, and maybe you got a real soft piece of leather, and you come up early and you cut like that off, it's okay. Doesn't matter. What matters is that you can't see it looking at the toe of the holster. Okay?
Okay.
Now we get to play glue games again.
Yay! Much smaller areas. Is this when the brush happens?
This is where we brush. Just because it's easier to control. too much. I'll hold my threads down. Actually, you tell them.
Yeah, Butters is gonna get them.
Somebody stepped on a duck. And again, if you get a little glue outside the line, just let it dry. It'll roll right off and not even leave a stain. Now, if you get a big glop of glue on there, you're out of luck. The solvent will leave a stain. I'm actually taking glue off at this point.
Chris, what are your thoughts on grooving?
Stitch groovers?
Mm-hmm.
Evil.
Okay.
Now,
Fair.
if you're making a saddle, right?
Yeah.
And you've got a 1/4 inch of leather, and you want to hide that stitch. That's all a groove is for, is to get your stitch below the grain so it doesn't wear, right? And you're hand stitching, you need a groove. Something Beard taught me is if you take a tickler and press a groove, you can accomplish the same thing, but you're not removing the strongest part of the leather before you poke holes in it.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
And again, there's got to be at least a number of saddlers that are going to hear that. And, but I stand by it. You take the strongest piece of the leather away, that's bad.
Yeah. Oh.
You're all right. I
didn't know if you were going to flip that.
I got
like, let's not knock the glue
too many
off.
things at once here is what I got going on. But no, I'm not a stitch groover guy.
And sometimes I'll just take my wing dividers, because my wing dividers are pretty blunted. And so I can push pretty good. I don't have to worry about them cutting the leather. And so I'll go over it several times along that line and really just kind of put a little bit of a V in the grain.
Because if you're hand stitching, you want to hide, bury that stitch so it doesn't wear. That's correct. But there's other ways to do it besides cutting that grain out.
Yeah.
Now, if you got a machine, you certainly don't need a groove of any kind, because you should have the overall tension of the machine set at a point where the machine is going to pull that stitch down below anyway.
Yeah.
It'll never happen on the back, but on the front, you can't really, you feel the stitch, but it's not proud. Right? It's flush to the top of the leather like it should be.
Well, and you were even talking on the conceal and carry holsters, you just don't put a stitch, like your glue is holding everything together.
Right.
And you're not going to put a stitch there because you don't want it to wear out.
Yeah, we're not going to put a stitch up here down here because it's just unnecessary. We do it on the Western holsters, and I'll often do it on some of the big hunting holsters because aesthetically pleasing it is.
Right.
Right? But if we think about it, what's holding the glue leather together between the stitch and the edge?
The glue.
The glue.
Yeah.
Right. So you really don't, it's an aesthetic choice. It is not a mechanical requirement.
Yeah. Which especially that, if you are applying your glue correctly, putting the pressure in that you need, that seam, like the leather will tear before that seam comes apart. Like you're going to tear the grain off of it before you're going to tear those two pieces of glue lines apart.
Exactly. And if you can tear it apart, you glued it wrong.
Right. Oh, yeah. A heated creaser you can use to make a stitch line a little bit.
All right.
Set it in there.
Like I said, there's generally more than one way to skin a cat. And in a leather shop, there's lots. And before any of you Karens out there get excited, we're talking about catfish. Nobody's skinning kitty cats. That saying comes from skinning a catfish. It's one of the few fish that you skin because it tastes like garbage.
Hey.
You're in the Ozarks now, buddy.
I know.
Those are our fish.
Y'all eat your catfish skins here, do you?
I don't know. Do you guys eat catfish skins? You fry it up like
like
pig skin?
Skin, but I thought you were saying catfish like the fish tastes bad.
No, the skin.
Oh, yeah. What?
It's awful.
Catfish skin.
Exactly.
Okay.
But-
we're fine. I got no worry.
But we trout, bass, we eat the skin on that because it's not off-putting. But catfish is just terrible. The skin.
I feel like they have like real skin.
No, I'm half Texan. I've eaten my share of catfish. Every summer we have to go down and see Mom's family. Not have to, but
We enjoy going down and seeing Mom's family.
yeah. The Texans were East Texans too. Mom was an East Texan kid.
Yeah, since Texas is a whole country all unto themselves, so you have to specify what side of the country you're on in Texas.
It's true. East Texans and West Texans are not the same people. They're all good, but they're not the same.
Indeed, we are. Oh, are you the El Paso? Do I remember that right? Somebody was from
El Paso. And there we are sitting there watching glue dry.
Stryker said I am. Oh, Midland, Texas.
Yeah, that's definitely West Texas.
Starrich says I was born in West Texas, but got to East Texas as fast as I could.
Everything's dead here.
My sister moved down to San Antonio a few years ago. I went down to visit her last January, I think. That was fun.
Yeah.
We did the river walk and went to like a cool old bar that was in a thing.
I can't think of the name. There's a big amusement park there in San Antonio.
No, we went to the
It's a
zoo.
great park, but it's in like I almost want to say it's an old gravel quarry or something. It's just kind of like walls all the way around it. Hottest place in Texas has got to be that amusement park, man. It is just crazy hot. But San Antonio is pretty cool. It's kind of like on the border.
Yeah.
Like, so there's Austin, which isn't that far away,
Right.
and then New Braunfels is the border between East and West Texas, and then there's San Antonio, which is just east enough that it's okay to live there a little bit.
Let's hear Harvey Dean, the knife maker. I think he lives around the New Braunfels area. We spent a couple of days with him when we were out in Vegas a few weeks ago at Tony's house. That was fun. He's one of the ABS originals. Harvey Dean. He makes the Texas wind Damascus pattern. That's his MO.
I'd like to look at that. I don't know if I've ever seen or heard of that. The older you get, the more your nose runs. Just never stops. Just never stops.
This is...
Oh, that's pretty cool. Very cool.
Signature pattern that he does. He's a pretty... It was fun. We actually, we spent one evening with him. He was staying at the same place that we stay, and so he was telling us how he makes his metal sheaths for his push daggers. And he kind of went over the different like jigs that he has to press the metal and do some different things. And then he uses 8 to 9 ounce just veg tan, but he had never tried Herman Oak before. And so I got back here and I sent him a couple swatches, and he was like, how do you get, because he always uses natural, because he probably just goes to Tandy and he just gets a piece of natural veg tan. And he likes the look of natural, but every time he would stamp or do anything to it, all those little black spots would come up. And he's like, so I always dye it black. And like, that's just what I do. He's like, I like to leave it natural, but I have to dye it black. And I was like, well, first of all, let me just send you some black leather. So if you do,
the right leather, yeah.
And I was like, and second of all, let me send you some oxalic acid so that you can clean your leather when you're done with it. Or just, I could have just suggested some lemon juice, but I sent him a little packet of that. And I was like, this'll get it taken care of. But he's probably been doing leather work longer than I have.
Right.
And he, just the little things that are specific. Try to make this knife work again.
And that is just, and I think I knew that about that. As soon as you said that had probably had some rawhide in it, I'm like, God damn it, I know it does. And that's the reason I didn't quit using it. And like an idiot, I brought it with me here.
That's all right. If you need more welting material throughout the week, we'll get you a new piece of leather.
Well, we'll be all right. Yeah.
We went to, as we were, so last January,
Uh-huh.
no, the one before that, we had a friend getting married in South Texas. And so we were down there for the WISA show. And Saturday morning, we had Rusty take us to the car rental place, and we rented a car, and then we just started driving, literally to Mexico. Like, it was a border town that they were
Yeah.
getting married in. I thought we were never going to get there. Like, it was like, we started driving at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then by like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, I was like, how are we not there yet? Like, this is one state. I would be through like both Missouri and Tennessee, and I don't even know what else if I was driving in any other place in the whole United States. Maybe not vertically in California. But I was like, we're never gonna. And it was probably about 10 o'clock by the time we got from Dallas just down to the tip.
Yeah, that's like if it's 1,000 solid miles, that's a 16-hour drive.
And I was like, the maps are liars. I mean, I'm sure it said that, but it doesn't look that far.
I know.
But we went through Austin, we stopped at a bookstore, and we went to like a taco trailer park, or like a taco
Like a
truck
food
park.
court?
Yeah. We got tacos at like 4 different places. That was good. I like to try all the tacos. And it was long. We made
It's
it.
a long ways.
It was a long ways.
When Mom and I used
It
to go
was.
down to visit all the family, we'd have to, we start out in Hobbs, New Mexico, so that's like west of West Texas, right?
Okay.
Like right on the border. You'd fly into Midland and drive to Hobbs.
Okay.
Okay. And then we go from there, and we'd have to come like all the way over to Henderson, which is east of Dallas, to see my great grandmother at their homestead. And then we go to, Dallas, and we go to just everywhere. We had Houston,
Mm-hmm.
Orange. My grandfather lived in Orange, Texas, which is pretty much Louisiana, Texas. Right on the border, next to Beaumont. Some people heard of Beaumont. Nobody's heard of Orange, Texas.
There's another knife maker friend, and that he works like for the Texas Ranger, and he actually had a pretty crazy job. He was making knives kind of out of high school and then into his college career, and then he decided to go to Ranger school, so he became a Texas Ranger.
Oh, that's cool.
And then from there, because the hours weren't very good, and he had started to have a couple kids, they've got a boy and a girl, and he wanted to be home on a little bit more regular basis, so he signed up for like the Ranger SWAT team, which
cool.
it's like 4 days on and then maybe 7 days off or something. Like you have a much more routine schedule. But so now he just chases the cartels around in Texas and raids things. And I'm just like, so you like shooting people, Mark? And he's like, we don't talk about it. And I was like, okay, that's cool. I don't need you to tell me anymore. But he's like, unless they have a raid to go do, he's like, my job is just to be fit and then get training.
Be ready.
Be ready.
Just be ready.
And so he's like, I
It's
got
kinda
this like helicopter flyer dude, and he's like, okay, I need helicopter hours and you need helicopter hours. So he just flies to Orange, Texas, which is why he's like, he picks them up and then they just fly around in the helicopter and drops them off back at his backyard in the helicopter and takes off again. And I was like, that's a cool job.
I would imagine that's a lot like, in the Marines, we always joke. We, spend 80% of our time waiting for shit to happen, and the other 20% scrambling because shit's happening.
Yep.
Like I said, if you touch it and it picks up, it's still a little too tacky.
Are you gonna double layer this too?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
This is an important seam.
That's right.
And the stitch does a lot of the work, but from the edge to the stitch, the glue's got to do the work.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to make sure we do it right.
You don't want that seam pulling apart. That's no bueno.
That's right.
No bueno. Texas needs to be that big to hold their egos and cowboy fans' tears.
Oh, hell.
That's probably not very wrong.
have the ultimate Marine story ever. We have none.
Yeah.
Well, glue's drying.
I was gonna say we're just sharpening things.
My uncle, he was part of Operation Desert Storm, and he doesn't talk about it much. But one of the stories he tells that always cracked me up is he said it was just driving from place to place, and he said they had a Marine with them that had been with them for like 2 days, and they get into a gunfight. Gunfight goes down. They're doing all their like after action report. And they're like, all right, how many rounds do you have? Because they have to like say all that stuff. He says they get to the Marine. They're like, how many rounds? And he says his rounds. And they're like, look at him. They're like, no, how many rounds do you have? And he said it again. They're like, you didn't fire, did you? He goes, I was never told to. They're like, so you sat there.
That's a dumbass Marine. I'm a jarhead, and I'm telling you, that's a dumbass Marine.
He goes, son, I know you're a Marine, but good Lord, shooting that stuff. Like, I mean, nobody told me to.
Our very first job is a rifleman. You're someone shooting at you. You don't need to be told to shoot back. Just do it.
I don't know what was going through his brain, but he just sat there.
I'm embarrassed for my corps. I don't know.
Every time he tells that, I'm like, I don't know if he's being serious or if he's just making fun of Marines, but either way, it's funny.
Well, a lot of that does happen. You know, they call us crayon eaters, and there's a bunch of other little things they call us.
Good old camaraderie.
Purple's my favorite, by the way.
Is that why all your things are purple?
A lot of it is. No.
This is a fun little tickler.
That's a really nice if you're doing a flat back molded case. You can really get in there when you're molding it with that. You bet. Mostly, I'll be honest with you, most of the time I just use it as I hold it backwards and use it as a burnisher.
Yeah.
But and that one I made just because I had something similar. This one,
like a little
something
spoon.
similar in there, and it's a pretty handy little modeler. And then you got your little things to burnish with. And again, I hardly ever use these little grooves. I always use this, even on the small stuff. I'm doing this.
Yeah.
As opposed to trying to just hold it in one spot. I'll tell you the one I like the most since we're waiting for glue. Is this one.
Oh.
Because this one, I can turn it this way and get the whole edge at one time. No matter how big the edge is.
You just hollered out like almost like a slingshot antler.
Well, yeah, it's just where, the crotch where the little tines would be coming off there. Fits the hand nicely.
Nice.
It's a good tool. But it stinks to make them, so I don't make them.
I should find one of those. We were given a whole box of antlers by some guy, and Chris is never going to make a knife with a antler handle. So I should go scrounge around and see if I can find a good crotch to burnish with.
Just polish it up. Right. You got to find just the right crotch, or it doesn't work right.
I love being live.
I just like to have someone to bullshit with in the shop. Usually it's just me and the dog, Sometimes, most of the time, the dogs hang out with her, so.
Yeah, my dog, my Aussie, she hates it when anything's hammering. Like, she will not abide any sort of tooling. And otherwise, I don't know. Miko comes in, but the problem is, half the time I'm like, all right, will you get out of here with your hair? Like, yeah. I don't need hair. I already have hair in all my seams and burn all the little hairs out, but I try to vacuum before I get going. Or the little one comes in, and I'm always afraid, if I'm sewing a pretty good sized sheath, I got a lot of thread, and I'm always afraid I'm gonna lasso him. Just a 7-pound Chiweenie, take his head right off.
So the wife has the 3 dogs, they're little terrier dogs, 20-ish pound dogs. And they know, like all dogs, know where the treats live in my shop. So they'll push their way into the shop one at a time. And I figured this out. They don't get away with it anymore. They're going to come in, and then they have to do tricks or be cute enough or whatever. I tell the one dog to be cute enough. She sneezes on command. That's how she's cuter.
Oh, that's adorable.
And it's the second dog I've gotten to do it. I don't know how I'm doing it, but it's working. They figure it out. But anyway, she comes in. Okay, I'll give her a treat. And then she goes back outside. Pretty soon the boy dog comes in. He'll want a treat. Okay, get a treat. And then pretty soon they go out and bring the third dog. So all 3 of them. So 2 of them get 2 treats. And then one dog only gets the 1 treat, see? So now I make them go, they'll come in by themselves. Either I won't give them one. I'm like, nope, you got to go find the others because they're all at the same time.
Dogs are funny.
You're talking about the noises. I got an old oak teacher's desk. It's a real deep desk, and that's where my stone is. I do my carving there. And then there's a bed in there. Got dog beds all over this, everywhere. There's a bed in there, so Tater, the boy dog, will get in there and he'll curl up, take a nap while I'm tooling. It's like a piece of stone. It's not that loud underneath there, you know.
Yeah.
Pretty thick. But if he's underneath there and I go to set a stitch, I'll go over to that stone.
Give it a good
And
whack.
set that stitch. Not only does he get up and leave, he gets out and he gives me the side eye, like,
How dare
you
you?
son of a bitch. I was asleep, you know.
This is my nap spot, if you don't mind.
That dog sleeps more than any other animal I've ever met.
We slept all day long.
No, 10. Don't do that to me, Justin.
I didn't think
I don't
so.
wanna, I'm not doing 9 a.m. That's dumb. Sorry, Olson. They had to put their dog down last week.
That's awful.
Yeah, that's hard.
Luckily, they keep making more dogs.
There's plenty of dogs
All
out
in the
there.
house.
You want one? I have a few.
Now, between Dad's German Shepherd and Terry's 3 little dogs, we got enough dogs.
Yeah. We had 5 up until last year, and we lost 1. And then 4 is plenty of dogs.
Yes, it is.
We had a friend pass away in 2022, and we adopted his dog. And his dog and our big male do not get along, and so now we have a shuffle situation that we have to do, and they've gotten in a few fights where we thought either they're going to kill each other or kill us, so that's not fun. But we make it work.
2 dogs, 3 cats, and a lizard.
You're doing that thing in there.
Okay.
The 2 thing.
Oh, no.
Wait, I thought you said you didn't use a brush.
Just on these spots.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You get these, it's pretty hard to wipe glue on that little strip without making a mess, you know? So it's better to just get in there and do a neat and tidy job.
Look, I haven't been in here for a little bit to make some smart comment. Don't worry, Liz just had one.
Look, Tony.
This was sitting there. Oh.
It's a crotch. You gotta find one with a good crotch for your burnishing, you know? Gotta go find an antler with a good crotch. But how many times can I say it to make Isaac the most uncomfortable?
I mean, it looks like it could just be like a resting spot.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's a multi-purpose tool.
It's going downhill, guys.
And going downhill.
So here, just to follow up, we're doing a double Buscadero Hollywood style gun belt holster set.
Correct.
Did I miss any words? That is a really fascinating. So before Hollywood got their hands in things, what did the cowboys? They probably just had one drop holster.
They just go over the top of the belt,
Okay.
right? So you'd still have like a 2 3/4 inch belt. They had bullet loops. That's real.
Yeah.
The Ranger style with the stitched on billet and shape.
Okay.
That's real. Most of the stuff that Clint Eastwood ever wore in a movie was pretty authentic.
Okay.
I would say. Can't remember any that weren't. John Wayne kind of went back and forth. Most of his stuff was pretty authentic, really. But you might start watching like the stuff from the 60s and 70s, like the TV shows.
Yeah.
Maverick and Bonanza and all that stuff. A lot of those guys are wearing Buscadero rigs tied to their legs, right? How stupid is that? Try and get on a horse with a holster strapped to your leg. See how that works out for you. They never show. They always like cut, untie, get on the horse, retie it back on. I don't know how they did it, but you never seen anybody get on a horse.
They probably had
with a holster
stairs. Just scooch up the ladder, jump on the
Probably.
horse.
Well, someone heard it come up the other day. Someone wanted to know. Oh, somebody had like a flintlock. And they wanted me to make a holster for a flintlock, which brought up I'm like, well, why? It's well, yeah, this and that, and it'd be a pirate. And I'm like, no, pirates never had a holster.
Yeah, pirate.
pirates never had holsters. They had a sash, and they just stuck their gun in there. And all those old guns, if you look, most of them have a ring on the butt cap. And that's so you could tie it, so if you dropped it, you wouldn't lose it. But they just had it in a sash. They didn't come out with holsters until the Civil War, actually.
Okay.
It was when they started, people needed to go carry these.
Well, because, guns were still new.
Relatively speaking,
yeah.
it was still cap and ball back in the
yeah.
at the beginning, anyway, the beginning of the Civil War. The Civil War is the reason we have cartridges now. But at the end of the day, it was the big flap holsters were the very first holsters, and everyone carried on their left side. No, they carried on the right side with the butt backwards. They had to grab it like this and pull it out because they had their sword on the left side.
Because this is a juxtaposition between hand-to-hand combat,
right,
and the invention of the pistol.
Yeah, with the revolver anyway.
Okay,
the percussion revolver.
Please correct my words. I don't.
That's all right.
That great at the history of the things.
The bullets.
Yeah.
But the holster didn't change much with the big flap holsters and all that stuff until, like I said, in the 30s and 40s they started reinventing things for policemen.
Yeah.
And like I said, John Bianchi had a huge part in that back in a long time ago. He and Bruce Nelson and a lot of other people were contributors to that. Colonel Cooper and some of these other people contributed to the different holster styles. But holsters were pretty much a secondary thought up until the 40s and 50s when people really started giving a darn.
That is a Houston Leather Guild dead weight over there.
Yeah, if you're in the Houston area.
Oh, up. And
Houston Leather Guild. There we go. All right. They are not a part of the Federation. That doesn't matter. They have really good classes every month. There's probably one of the largest guilds in the country.
Well, Houston is huge.
The people that run it well. They run it with intent. And if you're anywhere in that greater, Conroe, Houston area, give them a look. A lot of useful information there.
Still too sticky?
Oh, yeah. Way sticky.
What else can we learn about a holster today?
Ask me a question. I'm good at questions. Ask me a question.
Let's see.
Apparently, I'm not very good at punching holes. Those are crooked as hell. That's all right.
Well, that's nice.
Actually, what it is, these are all, I find this one got a little low on me. It's okay. It'll be all right for what we're doing.
So where did I guess we turn everything into a sport eventually. That is human nature.
Yeah.
We like to compete.
Yep.
With things. So what's the history of your quick shoot competition?
The Single Action Shooting Society is what it's called. It's as opposed to a quick draw or a fast draw kind of deal. There's plenty of that out there. It's more of a 3-gun game. So we have 2 pistols, a lever action rifle, and a typically side-by-side shotgun. You can also use the old 87s like the Terminator had, the lever action shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
You can use those. And you can use a Winchester 97, which is one of the first pump shotguns. It had an external hammer on it, which is the reason we get to use it. But most people use a side-by-side. And it's, you have a stage of random targets. You have to shoot them in a certain pattern. And you might start over here and run over there and then come back over here depending on what's going on. There's a lot of movement in the game.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of fun. And men and women both. My wife shoots just as fast as I do, which isn't very fast, but still. She keeps up with me real well. And then I started out doing cowboy fast draw. And nothing against cowboy fast draw. It's a fun sport. But all you do is you just stand there, bang. And that's all you do.
Yeah.
5 times in a row unless you lose by the 3rd shot or whatever. And you're kind of competing against somebody like a gunfight, but you're shooting a big steel target, wax bullets. And honestly, it's kind of boring for me. It was a little, not enough activity, not enough shooting. And when you're done, you're done. It's not like you have a cumulative score at the end of the day. If you lose out the first 2 rounds, you're just done for the day.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of a bummer.
So I like the SAS. You shoot, typically 6 stages. And, the stages, are depending on how fast you are. I know the guys that'll go out there and shoot them 10, 11 seconds.
Oh wow.
I'm more in that 25 to 30 second stage. And then, there's people out there that shoot, the 40s, 60s or whatever. But the thing is, you can be, what do they call them? The cattle baron? I think cattle barons are in their 80s, right? So there's people out there in their 80s shooting. Some of them are fast.
That's awesome.
The ladies
Kind
are
of an
out there
all-inclusive
shooting.
sport.
Yeah, that's the thing. It really is. But you got something to do all the time.
Yeah.
You're not just standing around. And even at a SAS match, if you're not shooting, you're either counting, you're watching other people's shots, counting misses.
Mm-hmm.
You might be at the loading table supervising that, or the unload table, or keeping score, or picking up brass. There's stuff to do.
Yeah.
And it's entertaining to watch. Of course, we make fun of each other and laugh when we fail.
Of course.
That kind of stuff.
Let's see here. We got a SAS guy right here. He even gave us his number. Dustin, he said he's SAS number 106440 here. Gunfighter.
Gunfighter's the only way. Wife and I are both gunfighters. If you look, I don't even notice the plate on the car. It says Velvet GF.
Yes, I did notice that.
My wife's alias is Velvet. She's a gunfighter. Velvet gunfighter. And I'm a gunfighter, but I shoot outlaw, which is no sights, man. We're just like that. It's awesome. Technically, you can use your sights in that category on the rifle because the targets are far enough away.
Mm.
While we're waiting for this, I'll tell a quick story. I got my dad to go to a match, and he was probably 80. It was a while ago. And he'd been telling me his whole life, because he grew up in Alamosa, Colorado, which is at the time was very rural. And they lived on game meat. My dad didn't eat domestic meat until he went to the Army.
Okay.
Right? And so he was always tell, my brother Howard, he always get mad at me because I'd shoot the birds first because I could hit them from the hip, right? Pop.
Mm.
And Howard always wanted to come up to the sights. And I was like, it's cool stories, but I never saw him do it. Right?
Yeah.
So we go to this SAS match, and they're like 15 yards, right, away, 45 feet. And Dad gets out. He's not moving fast, man. He gets out there and shoots, and he picks that rifle up. Bink, bink, bink. Right off the hip. Shot every one of those places just falling.
That's where
out,
his
man.
sight is. It's on his hip.
Yes, he's just bam, 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 and nailed it. And the shotgun, same way.
Did you record this moment in history?
No, I didn't know he was going to do it. I didn't know he was going to do it, man. He never went back. He just shot that one match. I'm tired.
He's like, that was enough for me.
I give him a break. He's
Well, at 80, you've earned it.
He's 89 now. He moves a little bit slower, but
That's still
he's still in
impressive.
good shape.
Anybody said this before I got back in here, but Swift Hammer said hello.
Oh,
Hey, what's
what's
happening,
up,
Brandon?
dude?
He's come a long way in his short amount of time.
Well, he spent a lot of time carving before he ever found us.
Oh, for sure.
He's pretty accomplished with a swivel knife, no doubt.
Did you see that bee work that he did?
Probably not.
It was on Facebook or somewhere. He did this bee. I'll have to find it and show it to you.
All right.
It was incredible.
Are we tacky yet?
Oh,
Should we hair dry?
no, just give it a second.
All right.
It'll be all right. It'll be okay.
Let's see here. Cowboy mounted shooting started from SAS. Jim Rogers and Phil Spranglerberger.
So that the just from a leather perspective, the cowboy mounted shooting is completely different than what we're doing today. I mean, the techniques of making a holster, I don't care what kind of holster it is, but the way they make their holsters with sight locks and these huge dump buckets because they just kind of throw them. So I don't play that game, so I don't make that leather. We have a horse. Grew up on a horse. And I remember most of my childhood getting up at the butt crack of dawn on a Sunday morning to go catch a horse, wash it, put it in a trailer, get all your tack in there, go all the way to the arena, do the horse show, come all the way back. I get done shooting, the guns go in the thing, the beer gets opened, and we're done. None of this messing around with horses.
You did not find your passion in the horse, did you?
And again, I grew up on a horse. I loved horses. When I went in the Corps, obviously you're not taking a horse with you in the Corps. and never had a lifestyle for it. You know, the practice wife, I call her, was not into the horse thing at all.
Yeah.
The kids somehow never were. So it just, there was no practical reason
Yep.
to get back into it. And again, it's an expensive game.
Yeah.
You know, these guys, the mounted shooting guys, and I'm sure they'll tell you, they got to spend a lot of time working with that horse. You know, and I'd rather be in the leather shop.
Sure. No, for sure.
Honestly,
I
than arguing with a horse about gunshots.
we were set it up at Farm Fest this year, and there was a guy that came by, and he did some pretty good tack work. But Tony, do you remember what service he was with? Was it the Marine or was it the Army?
Maybe the Army.
Army sounds right. So he was in the Army, and what he did was he outfitted and went to shows set up in like the original regalia for the cavalry, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And so he went around, and that's like they would like introduce
Must have been out of Fort Hood. I think they're the only ones with horses still.
that sounds about right.
Yeah.
But that was his thing. So he took
Yeah.
care of the horses. He made like they taught him how to make tack, which is how he got into leather.
Right.
And and then they would go introduce they would go to like the rodeos,
Mhm.
and they would go do the whole thing. And I thought that, I was like, I didn't know the military did that, but they have
Yeah.
a whole little thing where they do that. I'm like, that's neat.
I think we're going to go ahead and tack this on.
All
here.
right, we're sticky at the right stick. That's a bald head.
That's a shame.
Which camera angle?
I gotta figure out what's going on in the camera situation.
I got a lot of glare to you.
Striker asked if you were talking about the rough out 3D B with the grain wings.
Yeah, I have it pulled up
Okay.
on my phone.
And then we get to do it again.
I do feel like we're getting pretty close with this.
Oh, we're going to stitch and wet mold in here shortly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and cut that off first, though.
So you oversize your welts a little bit on the top.
Yeah.
Okay, I like to do that too. It's better to have a trimmed edge than a slightly short one where you've already sewn that line, and then you're screwed because then you have to sand down, or then it just looks bad. So oversize up on your welts, guys. Holsters, sheaths, whatever you're doing.
And remember, that's still that cranky ass leather.
Throw that in the dumpster right now.
Oh, seriously.
I feel like once you're done with this, we're just going to go sit and have Mexican for the rest of the day.
That works.
It's here. Diamond S says, we have 7 horses, 2 are retired that we compete with. Finished shooting horses.
Yep.
Starting average price around $15K. That's why I started leather work, to save money for horses.
Better be in a mounted horse than a barrel horse.
A barrel horse is a train wreck waiting to happen, is what
Or
that
a
is.
reining horse.
See, that was fun. I used to do the reining when I was in school
Man,
and still in 4-H and stuff, and I enjoyed that because you're not just going around in a circle being pretty,
yeah.
which is a lot of horse showing is. You actually have to do something. The horse got to be trained for it.
Those top horses are
Oh,
hundreds of thousands.
oh yeah. Talking about barrel horses, I was set up at Cowboy Christmas one year. Long story short, I was across the aisle from a place that bred barrel horses. That's like their whole thing in life was breeding barrel horses. And a stud fee was like $50,000. Just a stud fee.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, how do I get in the stud fee business?
It's frowned upon in the human world.
Yeah, it is.
So I guess we'll probably have to start with a horse. A male horse.
Yeah. We won't get into the interesting the way they do collect the prize on those stud horses.
Use your imagination.
Well, they got special tools, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
We call Western pleasure horses peanut rollers.
Because they have their heads way down. They're pushing peanuts with their nose. I know exactly what he's talking about. I know exactly what that is.
G. Olson doesn't understand what you mean by a train wreck waiting to happen.
That's the reason why most of them have tie downs on them. Because they're just insane.
Their barrel horses are runners. They're race horses.
Okay.
Right?
That's what they want to do.
And that's what they want to do. They want to go chase those cans. And, you see them, at the gate. They're not ready to go in. That horse is raring up, man. It's just a train wreck waiting to happen. Is what they're crazy ass
Like
horses.
a border collie getting ready to run a race.
Oh, yeah.
Just a 1,500-pound one.
Exactly. Nothing against barrel horses or can chasers or anything like that. That's all right. It's a fun game.
Lead a barrel horse down an alley. You will learn what crazy is. You guys. It's like a really big dog.
They just tend to be, because of what they do for a living, they tend to be a little high strung.
That sounds about right.
Once
Aren't
we
we
get-
all?
Once we get another month down the road, I'll show you at the NFR.
Okay.
Start running them.
Oh, sorry. I mean, I don't know anything. I'll just pretend it was me, Garrett. I don't. Tony, I get my horse information from him.
I see.
My mom grew up on a dairy farm in Oklahoma, and so they had a couple working horses for the farm, but by the time I came around, my grandparents were getting older, and we went out there, and by the time I was getting big enough to ride a horse,
There was no horses.
my grandpa got thrown off of one and broke his hip, and it was like, well, that's it.
That's enough of that.
Yeah, and he was probably in his, I'm gonna say like mid-70s at that point.
Yeah.
And so sold the horses, and that was it. So
Sounds like my neighbor had a raised buffalo, American bison. And one of them, he's a senior citizen type guy.
mm-hmm.
And one of them hooked him in the thigh and flipped him about 30 feet in the air. The next week, he sold the whole herd, gone.
Yep.
And I know that story because one of them got out. My friend lives closer to his ranch than he does to me. And says, when I was out in the garage working out, and a buffalo went by. What the hell? That's how we learned that story. It used to be pretty cool. You could see them from the house. We're kind of up on a hill. We could look down, and if they were in the right pasture, we could watch the buffalo herd with the binoculars.
That was cool.
We still get to watch the elk. They come down, especially in the summertime. They come down to that bottom field. And
Here, I'll show you this.
The bee.
The bee.
Buzz.
It's a little video stuff here. Oh,
There's a trash can.
Let me zoom this camera in. Everybody can see it together.
That's a fuzzy little bee.
I saw the beginning of that, but I never saw the finished product.
Oh,
Nice.
crazy.
Pretty clever there, Mr. Brandon.
Amazing.
Back down. Carry on. Oh yeah, we're waiting for glue to dry.
We're waiting for glue to dry.
I'm not sure. I think Darcy's the one that ended up finding him. He was
Mm-hmm.
streaming on Twitch,
Mm.
and she just happened to find another leather worker, and that was how we got turned on to him.
Yeah.
I wonder if he was one of the first leather workers on Twitch.
Yep.
What's Twitch?
We're streaming right there right now. It's where gamers used to stream. So I mean, they still do.
Yeah.
They stream on Twitch, but now there's a lot more people that
It
just.
was first called Justin TV. And it was just a wild. That was just what it was.
It's Justin.
People would stream on there, or they would like pirate live TV. So they would just show a game, and people would go there and watch.
Okay.
Type of thing. Well, then now Amazon owns it,
Mm.
so they don't pirate.
Yeah,
TV
right.
anymore.
But like you watch like delivery drivers in New York riding around on their bicycles, like through the traffic.
Guys fishing out in the ocean.
Mm-hmm. And you can pay. So that's how people make money. So like you could set up where you're streaming while you're doing your tooling, and then people can tip you.
Yeah,
While you're working.
Yeah, I was like, if you ever need help setting it up, let me know.
Well, she's on top of the reels at this point. We haven't gotten past the 2 platforms, the Facebook and Instagram. So
That's fair.
yeah, I know she took
Good to be really
Brandon's.
good at one that have them all anyway.
Yeah, she took Brandon's class on
his
social media class. I'll call it.
Yeah.
It's not what it's called, but that's what I'm gonna call it. So that helped her a lot getting the reels done because she's doing all the marketing on the online for me now, and that's helping the business a lot. So I'm grateful for that. I tried to make one, so I put up a little video of the finished rig and collaborated with you guys and all that stuff. What I was trying to do when I was making that rig that's done, I was filming everything, and I'd film for a little bit, turn it off, and I was going to compile all this stuff. And I'm old, man. I use like Sony Movie Studio, right? And she's like, oh no, you just use Captain, blah, blah, whatever it was. I don't remember what it was. The Microsoft, one of those programs.
Mm-hmm.
And she was out of town, right? So I couldn't like just bug her. And I'm looking at it, and I'm like, for about a minute and a half, I'm like, nope, not even gonna mess with it.
I just want to do leather work.
I don't want to mess with this. I do not want to mess with this. But if you're gonna have a retail business, you kind of got to anymore. You kind of got to.
Yeah. I hate social media. I've given up on it. I don't care.
Well, like I said,
don't need it in my life.
somebody else does it for me now, so it's great.
I do enough here, and I go home, and I'm like, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good.
that's it.
I don't even do. I just stand on this side of the table. They do all the other things.
All the hard work.
But that's enough for me.
No, I'm on Facebook. I get most of my news through Facebook because we stream. And the news I like, I can't hardly find streaming. Balanced news. There's a lot of one side. There's a lot of the other side. There's not a lot in the middle. But I can get to it through Facebook because they, post. And most of the news I watch, I'm watching people, whether they're senators or whatever, actually people talking about stuff.
Yeah.
I'm not listening to the commentators commentate because the commentators are idiots and biased. Regardless of which direction, they're all biased.
All right, so we got
One
double layer.
No, we just got one on this side.
Oh, just one on this side.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Otherwise, I wouldn't.
We did 2 on
side.
this.
Yeah, the side that's stuck.
Leathercraft is a lot of drying glue, guys.
Yeah.
Drying finishes, drying antique.
Like I said, right now, normally I'd be in the other room shooting a little 8-ball.
Put it under your heat lamps. Yeah, maybe not. A fan. Put it under a fan.
I like the fan. The heat, especially if you're looking for a certain tack versus all the way dry, the heat can push you too fast. That was a little wet. That one's pretty good. We'll start that.
Layer number 2. Now let's see here. If you were carving these, what would be your process?
I would have carved them before I cut them out.
Okay.
So I glue them together, rough, and then carve them, and then proceed accordingly to procedures accordingly.
All right. So you go ahead and assemble the front and the back, and then you carve it together.
Yeah, because now we don't have to worry about the leather stretching.
Okay. Right. That's your
It's glued
tape.
to itself.
That's your.
It's my tape.
Okay.
And it's also another 1/8 of an inch of leather that we're
Right.
carving in, pounding into.
Give you even more depth.
Yeah, which isn't a big deal on 7, but if you're doing 5, to me, because I carve deep, 5 is a little sketchy, so I like to have that second layer of 5 underneath it,
Sure.
so I don't have to worry about it.
You know, a lot of times we tell people like 4 to 5 is about the thinnest that you like. If you're really actually carving, you're
Right,
cutting it with a swivel
right.
knife. You're doing all that, like starting to get a little thin. Wallet backs 4 5
Because I
right there.
estimate, I've never measured it, but I estimate that I carve probably 3 to 4 ounces deep, right?
Okay.
If I was, doing saddle work, might even carve a little deeper.
Sure.
So yeah, like I said, I went to saddle school. So the guy that taught me, my first teacher ever, I've been doing leather work since I was a little kid. No instruction really. The people in 4-H didn't know much more than I did, it didn't feel like. Especially in the tooling area. So I went to my first school in 2008.
You want to feel old?
And I want to, no. And I want to, the guy that I learned saddle making from was in the gun spinning competition world, right? These guys that dress up in their B-movie stuff and they go out and they spin the guns around and throw them up and catch them and all that stuff. And it's a competition, right? But they all have these crazy blinged out rigs just like we're making, except they're crazy and blinged out. And I'm like, I don't want to be a holster maker, Dusty. I want you to, do a holster class. He says, no. You're going to take my saddle school because you're going to learn more about leather work in 2 weeks making a saddle than you'll ever learn making any holsters ever.
Right.
So I did. And that's the reason I took saddle school. Dusty was a funny character. He's passed away since, but he was a little guy, about yay tall. And he was a jeweler. So we met him. He was shoeing our horses when I was, back in the 70s.
Oh, wow.
And he was one of those guys, he was a gigger.
Mm-hmm.
He's a very talented guy. So if shoeing horses were where the money was, that's what he was doing.
Yeah.
And then he got into, and he had some saddle shops in there before he came to town from Arizona, where he was from. But he did Navajo jewelry. He was part Indian. And he did really beautiful jewelry. So he did jewelry for my folks. And then about the time I really needed a leather mentor, he moved to Wisconsin and started a quarter horse magazine, right?
Of course.
So when he came back, I was in the service, I think, still. And just never had, I was busy making a living. I didn't have time to just go hang out up at his shop. But he was also a magician and did stage shows and whip cracking and gun spinning. He had him and his wife had a whole thing going, with the entertainment. He built motorcycles for a while, all kinds of stuff. But yeah, he could do the shell game and take all your money. All your money. He was so good at the shell game. He even had special shells made, walnut shells that were as big as half a soccer ball, right? And he could still run that shell, and you'd never know where that damn ball was going to be, ever. He says, Chris, the guy that taught me this, we'd be at a carnival, and we'd always have a bunch of sawdust around our table because you'd give people money, and they'd scoop it off, the coins, they'd scoop it off, they'd always drop a few. And it was in sawdust, they'd just leave it there, and at the end of the show, they'd go scoop up all the sawdust, pick up the extra money that they didn't want to pick up. He was a clever dude.
Back in the days when picking up some coins made sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Back when coins were worth something, huh?
Made something. Let's see here. So if you were carving these, Michael was asking, how would you handle the carving where the holster will bend? Oh, I guess maybe in here.
I don't carve there.
Okay.
I'm only going to carve over here.
Yeah.
Now, that's not entirely true. I'm going to backtrack that a little bit because most of the time, if I'm going to fully carve something, I'm going to run my border over and come right down next to those holes right there,
Okay.
even if I'm stamping, because I want it to go around. It doesn't seem to cause me a lot of problem. The only place it ever causes me a problem, and I don't do this very often, because A, it weakens the holster, and B, most people don't want to pay for the effort, is if you're filigreeing something.
Oh, that's not good.
My 2012 competition rig was fully filigreed, and when I bent it, things started moving around down here.
Yeah, those
Right.
pieces will start to pull up.
Yeah. Now they're going to get a little stretched out or whatever. I should have brought a tooled holster with me. I got one sitting at the house. It's never caused me a problem.
Yeah.
It just hasn't.
I mean, it might pull out some of the carving a little bit, like
a little bit.
a little.
But you know, you're not going to notice it relative to this over here.
Right.
It's just kind of trailing over the side.
Yeah.
And it's not like it's a big, you know, they're not going to put a flower over here. This is going to be stickers or leaves or turnbacks or something easy.
Right.
That's not too.
Well, and a lot of border, you know, you're going to have your camouflage tool there, whatever that's happening. Yeah.
Right. It's not too big a deal.
Did we talk about the purple whip while I was gone?
We have not spoken about my purple wood.
He made a bunch of tools out of some purple wood.
Yeah, usually it's blue, but I guess it's purple.
Purple. But no, I like the purple heartwood.
Well, we talked about you need a hardwood. To make
a closed cell,
yeah,
closed grain wood. We were talking earlier. You can't really use oak because oak is too open cell, and you're just going to leave marks. But the Purple Heart, your Bacote, your Cocobolo, those kind of woods are great. The trick, if you're going to make your own stuff, you know, you go to your average woodcraft store, you buy a chunk of Purple Heart, and you cut into it, and it's brown inside. Purple Heart doesn't turn purple until it's exposed to air.
Yep. And
the oils oxidize. And what I learned through a quick trip to YouTube, because I was pretty irritated, that if you take your Purple Heart after you finished it all, or even before, and you bake it like 350 for an hour, that's where that really deep purple comes from.
Nice.
And it's purple all the way through. The heat turns all the oil purple. So even if I went and sanded on this, it would still be purple underneath.
Nice.
Yeah.
Just cook your wood
woodworking tip there, yeah.
Cook your wood.
Cook your
Cook
wood.
your wood, dude.
Put your wood in the oven.
All right.
And I didn't even get in trouble. She says, "What are you doing?" I said, "I got to heat this wood up to make it the same color." Okay.
That's an acceptable use of kitchen supplies.
Well, it doesn't, you know, it's not like a chemical stink or anything. It's just, you know.
Oh God! Every time Chris my Chris, anyways, he brings in his knife to like temper them in our little oven that we have inside, like our convection oven, and I was like, you're just cooking your steel, and that does not smell very good.
I bet it don't.
But let's see here. What are your feelings about using T-nuts between the liner and the body as a method of securing the holster to the skirt?
We're going to use lace because I don't like T-nuts.
You don't like them?
I don't like them. I just don't. I don't like them. I don't like using screws in general. You use a Chicago screw to hold your belt on typically so you can change it.
Right.
But there's no metal in my holsters at all.
Yeah.
At all. The way I look at it, they're cowboy holsters. They're not, this is a Hollywood rig, obviously. We live in modern times. We shoot modern ammunition. But we can avoid putting T-nuts and other strange hardware into our holsters. A lot of people like to screw their holster to their belt so it doesn't move. I find that kind of annoying because I constantly slide mine around. I'll wear them out here if I'm just keeping score or counting misses or whatever. But when I shoot, I'm going to move them over here. And I've got to use the gamer holsters which have the angle to them, so that way I'm right there.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't bend over to pick up brass with it, so I'm going to move them out of the way. People like to screw them to their holster. I don't understand why. Makes them feel better. Whatever. There's a lot of unnecessary stuff that gets done in holster making.
These holsters aren't moving though.
Oh no, those aren't going anywhere.
These are in a spot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they're in that loop. It can't get out of that loop.
Yeah.
They're in that slot, man. It ain't coming out of there.
Not sliding around.
It ain't coming out of there. Little sticky. Where can I go find some water?
Oh, it's right on the hall.
Right out in the hall?
Yeah, there's a between all of the containers that used to have water, and then there's a water thing. You just
See it with the blue light.
push the button on the.
door, turn right, and look.
This is right there.
Turn right, look left. That's a lot of instructions.
I did go through today, and I was like checking all of the water bottles, and most of them are empty. And I just want to be like, hey, do they know that they can come pick up their water bottles? I think we're done.
Yeah.
And then because we need room for carts, so I just specifically would like those water bottles out of our way.
What do we do? Are we finishing this up tomorrow, or are we finishing this today?
No, tomorrow. I figure we'll get these holsters done, and then we'll.
Food for lunch in here tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
I mean, I ate some salad, but I'm still.
Now maybe we'll make a plan tonight, and then we'll order some food for lunch
I'm still
for tomorrow. Because I was like, oh, maybe I didn't really know.
What?
We didn't know what we were doing today. Chris showed up. We got in here and we figured it out.
Yay.
So now that we're all here, we can talk about
The
this.
only part of the plan we knew was Chris was showing up. That's it.
We'll bring in some lunch, and then we can break and still chat and
There you
eat,
go.
maybe something like that. Maybe we'll get Orange Dan on here, and he can be annoyed as we chew our food.
So,
Call
has he
out.
been on today?
No, I don't think I've seen him.
If they came out of the loop, it's a very, very, very bad day.
Just kidding. I guess water, and this needs to go to Angela, apparently.
And Tony,
Well, we talked about your tongue coming off your trailer. What Denny did.
that was a tragic situation.
Yeah. Well, I guess you left it with a guy and he put it back on.
So this dude says he fixed it.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. He said, "I just hope I sell these. Hope I sell the machine so I don't have to take them back."
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Now I went and ordered. For those of you who don't follow me on Facebook or Instagram, I was going to a show in Kansas, and the entire tongue of my trailer broke off and left it sitting on the ground. And I had to drag it like 100 yards to get it to the building so we could unload it. But now I've gone and ordered I'm spending actually spending real money
Dang.
as opposed to buying the cheapest junk on the market,
Right.
and getting a proper trailer, which I'll have for Prescott.
Man, I tell you what, your displays that you've been making for all your stuff, they look real good.
Well, thanks.
Yeah,
Those are handy.
it was pretty snazzy.
Oh.
I was out in Georgia at the
Mhm.
Blade Show, and Terry was showing me how everything connected and went together and how it all rolled together. And I was like, well, isn't this just snazzy?
I've done enough shows. I finally figured out how to make it easier on myself.
Oh my God. We do the one a year, and I'm just like, I hate.
And you don't even bring anything. You just got catalogs and
Oh,
cups and shit.
no. Like we set
Farm
up at
Fest.
Farm Fest. Like we
Oh,
do one show
okay.
here where we actually sell stuff.
I see.
And like it's always just a cluster of totes and boxes. Although this year we did bring the pallet jack. We brought a pallet jack so
Oh.
we could with a pallet so we could put all the boxes on the pallet
And
and
just
then
move
pull
them
it
in.
all out instead of like one box at a time.
Oh, it's
on a dolly.
You talking about trailers though? It's an adventure over there.
Oh, I'm
This
sure.
lady like parked her. The one garage door you can go in. How's your glue doing?
That's fine. I'm watching.
One garage door you can pull in, and she pulls her van like halfway across it, and I'm like looking at it, I'm sizing it up, and I was like, and there's a dumpster on the other side. And I was like, if I get at this angle, I can get in, and then I can straighten back up, and I can back up into this building, and we made it work.
Moving in and out of shows is
It's a trick.
It's a trick all by itself.
It's terrible is what it
We
is.
finally got the Blade Show down to a science, which is the first year we were there. I couldn't get in my head how that building was set up.
Sure.
And I'm looking at the docks. I'm like, man, it's way down there. You don't realize that dock is still at the show floor level because the front of the building
Is offset.
is offset.
Yeah.
So we were like moving stuff in through the front door and talking security guards into letting us park there longer than we were supposed to and all this stuff. And finally one year I was like, all right, we're not doing that. We got too much. I think this year we brought like 10 machines. I'm like, well, I'm not taking 10 machines up an elevator. It's just not going to do it. So let's go see what this shit. We pulled into that dock, got out. It was like 50 feet and our booth was right there. How does this happen? So now we got that between the rolling displays and knowing how that building works. It's better, but
Yeah.
you know, I started doing when I started Maker's Leather Supply in 2011 as an excuse to go to shows, just to have a means to be able to afford to go to the shows.
Right.
Not an excuse to go. I had to be able to afford to go. So I started the blue gun business and grid wall and a dolly. And that's what I had. And man, I learned pretty quick that grid wall sucks butt. I do not care for grid wall. And then when I sold the thing, I didn't have to worry about it for a lot of years. And I got back into retail doing the acrylics and stuff. I'm like, all right. I'm looking at everybody else's booth. I've helped Bob Parks set up his booth. If you've ever been to a show and seen Bob Parks' booth, it is gorgeous, but it takes 3 teams of people to put it together. And he used to not let anybody help him.
Yeah.
Right? And one day I just stared helping him. I didn't ask. You know, this is dumb, Bob. I'm helping you with this. So I got to where I was, you know, I had it figured out, but it was grid wall. Oh, goddamn grid wall. So I'm like, all right, we're not doing that. I'm like, man, I need just I had this new CNC machine that I'm making stuff with, you know, not those, but a lot of stuff with. My holster presses I make with the CNC machine. I'm like, all right, got the CNC machine. I know how to design stuff. All right, so I just kind of got it in my head. Like, all right, I need it to be 18 inches deep and 2 feet wide. And I plotted out a 10 by 10 booth, which most of them are, and figured all this stuff out. And I'm like, all right, well, if I build them like that, like they are, they're going to be top heavy. They're not going to roll well. So I made it so I could screw them together, and I could screw them together side to side, so I could move all 10 of them at once.
Yeah.
Right?
Makes a little train.
Kind of. Sometimes there's a conflict in the casters.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Right? That causes problems. So now most of the time we just move them two at a time. It makes it pretty easy. But yeah, I'm all about keeping things simple. As fast as I can get into a show and as fast as I can get out of a show, I'm going to do it quick.
And like protect your merchandise.
And it, you know, and because it's got those little storage bins in
Yeah.
there. My booth is set up in my barn
I love it.
because I need
That's
to be able to go
awesome.
out and find stuff and keep inventory and all that kind of stuff. But when I leave, I just got to take the hooks off, set them in there. Don't even take them off the hooks. Just take the whole hook, put them in there, roll them in a trailer. It's awesome.
Well, I missed the stitching part of this situation, but I see that your threads are long and glued down.
Yes.
In your welt part.
Yes.
Did I miss that explanation?
We didn't have to backstitch. You're just going
Right.
to hide it all.
Yeah.
And then it'll sew all up.
That's what happens. You take off, man. You miss stuff.
Well,
We got a little story here. Ingenuity, which is a fun little handle, said, "Hey, Chris, I bought your holster patterns from SLC back in 2019. My sister drew custom artwork based on them just before she passed away, and it was the last commission art that she did.
Oh, cool.
You should send us a picture of that,
Yeah.
either through Instagram or just to live@springfieldleather.com. You got email, you can send them to live@springfieldleather.com, and we can take a look at them.
and then the other question is, how often do y'all go live? This week is a little bit different than most.
We'll be live all week this week, but typically it's only Wednesdays and Fridays at 11. That's our normal
That's
schedule.
for tutorial, and then leather selling on Thursdays.
You want to send Brown Bird that bee video?
No, I know. But I'm glad she asked.
Kelly, he'll send it to you. Are we sticky-ish? Are we unsticky? I don't even know. Are tacky enough? I know I'm always tacky.
Now I've been standing here talking. I forgot if I'd done my second coat or not.
You did.
I did, okay.
Yeah.
In which case, we're good.
Because the thread's sticking down this time.
All right. That's right.
Because it wasn't last time when I asked you.
Right. Right. Actually, we're going to use this. I think this is better.
I put his whole Facebook on there, Kelly, so you can see all the stuff he's doing. He has a few other pictures of it at the top of his Facebook.
So what I'm doing is I'm getting this wet just to make it a little easier to bend.
Don't want to break your grain.
Well, you don't want to break your fingers. It's just, it gets kind of stiff after a while.
There's this kid that used to, and the kid, he's probably about my age, maybe a little bit younger than me. And he always likes to come up with like jokes, but they're leather related.
Okay.
So one time he said, he did something to his back and he broke his grain. he was like, I don't know. It was like the funniest thing I had heard all year. But he it was something leather related to the back. It's like I bent my back and I broke my grain. I don't know. It was really funny. Or sometimes he'll like sing songs and he'll make them leather songs. So it'll be like a typical song, but then he just puts weird leather phrases in there. It's pretty funny. So once again, got the welt coming down, all nice and skived. And then you're pinching right at that end, right? Because your stitch is going to go...
My stitch will go just past the glue seam.
Yep.
Just past the glue seam.
And what does this holster hold?
It holds a Colt single action army and its clones.
Okay.
I don't even think Colt makes a single action army anymore. They might. I don't know.
Thanks, Rue. I know, it wasn't very good. I'm getting tired. Oh, they made a joke. My story was all full.
Alright. Trim this up.
Double layer, and it's holding real good. If you only had a single layer on there, that glue would probably pop right apart.
Yep, it would. This around, we'll sand that down a little bit later. This one came out a little better. Alright. Alright, so we're going to switch back over to the stitcher. We're going to put the double foot back on this machine.
Why didn't you dye the top of the welt? Are you going to do that later?
We'll do it when we do all the edges. After it's wet molded and we can... So if we take the time to burnish now, as soon as we dunk it in the water, we're going to lose that burnish because it's going to swell up on us. So we'll do that last. We're putting the double foot on to do this next job. There's a legitimate reason why. It's not just a preference. There is thought behind this.
For stability?
Well, it's stability. There's two things. A, it gives us a reference for flat because we're stitching a teardrop, right? So it's hard to tell where 90 degrees is over here because you're dealing with the slope over here. So that extra toe, if you're off on one or the other, it's going to tell you you've got both the toes are touching, both feet are touching, you know, you're good to go. The other thing this does is it stabilizes pressure on both sides of your needle. If you just have the outside foot in there and it's pressing down, well, if it's pressing it here, it has to get looser here. And what that does is it creates a path for the needle that's going to go on a curve. So your offset on the back is going to be different than your offset on the front. Because the needle wants to follow the path of least resistance, which is going to be where it's not pushed together. So if we press it on both sides of the needle, now we've stabilized that pressure, the needle's going to go straight up and down. I learned this the very, very hard way. Don't be like me. So this is the left-hand holster. We have to start at the top. What I'm going to do we need to lengthen our stitch.
Yeah.
Long story short, if we do the demystifying the stitcher class later this week, I'll get more into it. But the way this machine works, the thicker the material, now I'm going to stitch, how do I want to do this? Nope, that's not what I want.
I mean, up at the top, you're knocking on 3/4, not quite there. And then at the bottom, you're just over a 1/2 inch where you skive the welt down.
In my mouth, I kind of lost track of where I was in life here. Hang on. In case you're wondering how slow this machine can go.
Through 3/4 inch of leather. All right, so why did you pull all the thread out to make your...
So, the way we do this, when I stitch a right-handed holster, we'll start down here, we'll come up, come over, and then come down in 2 or 3 stitches. Those are actually too big. Well, we'll do this first. All right. Well, if to do the left-handed holster, now we have to back into that hole. And so the only way to really do that accurately is to take the thread out, stitch down a couple, put the thread back in, back stitch, come over, then come the rest of the way down the holster. So that's why we're doing this little exercise right here.
And you got the same size needle in there?
Ooh, thank you.
No problem.
That is wrong.
We're putting a bigger needle in
We're
there.
putting the 25. When you're doing the thin leather like this, you can use a 23 and make a smaller hole. It's a little tidier looking. If you try to run a number 23 needle through all of this thickness, the friction involved in all this leather is going to burn that thread through, and it's going to break on you. So we need to put in a bigger needle. Hopefully it's not as much of a pain as it was this morning. I don't know what is in that hole, but it shouldn't be. Get the pliers here.
I'll blame Ryan.
There should be no pliers involved with this operation. We're not sure what's going on with this particular machine.
Got a 25?
Well, there's at least one of them up there. There's also a 26. I don't want to use that. That's a 5.
It's a real tight fit.
Yes, it is.
You have to breathe with the machine. I grabbed a couple more pieces. I didn't know if you want to test it out a little bit more.
Yeah, I got this piece over here I used before. I just need to make sure it stitches.
Okay.
Make sure the needle's in right.
Always test before you sew, kids.
By the inch, thread is pretty cheap.
Yep. What did we say? We started at 10, 11-ish. So 10 hours of stuff is not cheap.
Yeah, right. Do, 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 do.
Yes, 4 hours. 4 hours plus leather.
What? Something ain't right with this machine. There we go. Nope. Something ain't right.
Oh, the joys of machines. And we really don't use her very much. Denny uses it for his saddle class.
No. Oh, I broke a stitch right there. Dadgummit. Oh, so what I see the reason I said something was weird with this machine.
Mm-hmm.
What did we decide was weird?
Well, what I'm seeing is as the needle foot comes down, it's literally spreading the 2 feet apart.
Oh.
There's some interference there that isn't right. I don't know. I've never seen a round foot like this. Usually they're square. I don't know. Something's weird.
So like your middle foot, is it sitting in between your walking feet or your needle foot?
Yeah. It's just this. This little shoulder right here is actually interfering with that right there, which I don't quite understand. If I'm gonna do the easy one first. So on my machine at the house, I've literally got marks on the side of this plate, on your stitch length plate. So I don't have to guess. Put that in there by hand so I know where it is. All right, stitch length correct. And you can see it on camera. I've got the inside presser foot right on the edge of the leather. That's giving me a 1/4 inch offset.
Oh my God, did you run out of bobbin? Oh my God.
Showing up.
I was like, there's a thread that shouldn't.
I was like, what?
That's it. Something doesn't look right, did it?
Well, that could have. But we were running out of bobbin.
Hey, we need to talk about how the bobbin winder actually works on this machine instead of planning a new one to the side of it.
I totally meant to remember that too. I was like, okay, we're gonna sew these two long ones, and then probably at that point the bobbin. But by the time we got there, my brain was no longer in bobbin.
That's all right.
You gotta write things down, guys.
Is this a part of like a
Chevy-
piece of fire hose?
This still has the spring in it. I lost my spring years and years ago.
Is that what this is, Chris?
Hmm?
A piece of fire hose?
No, it's actually a piece of conveyor belt.
Mm.
All right. Can we?
Oh, here, hang on.
Can we magic this part now?
Hell of a roll of thread.
Well, do you want to sew with 207 in the bobbin? Because I have a 207. I got a 277, but I can go get a 207 if that would make you.
It's just
Let's
a little
do it.
nicer.
Yeah, let's do it.
Head is loose on that camera.
Latigo says, I feel so much better about not coming up short sometimes. Striker says, I remember my first time.
Sorry to block the shot here, but I've got a.
Maybe good, I changed cameras.
All right. So what I was just doing. For goodness sake, Chris. Was aiming our guide here at the very center of our bobbin. Because if it's one way or the other, it'll load thread on that side. Through our tensioner.
Can you push that light down just a minute?
Okay. A little post back there I'm looking for.
We talked about that the last time.
There it goes. All right, to get it started, we're going to take our thread out of our needle. The machine does not like to run without thread in it or a piece of material. Doesn't like to run empty is what I'm trying to say.
So when you put it over to the guide, that's what you were lining up to first start with? You came over here to this side and you make sure it was lined up.
Yeah, so I want, if it's pointing this direction, all the thread's going to load on this side.
Gotcha.
If it's pointing towards the machine, vice versa.
So just right down the center of it?
Yeah, we want it as close to the center.
Yeah.
You don't need to get lasers and tools out, but at the same time.
I didn't know how close your eye was, but.
I've got this set up right. All right, so it went all the way over, it came all the way back, and now it's holding this in here. I can let it go. I'll cut it off, really. Now, as we're stitching, this will just continue to load. It doesn't matter if you're in forward or reverse, this goes the same direction all the time.
It's always in wind mode.
Always in wind mode. Now, we should be able to come back over here and finish stitching our holster. And just for reference, for those of you at home, machines, I don't see a practical reason for a machine to ever run that fast. I've got mine set up about 3 stitches per second, which is plenty. We could all probably remember hand stitching and how slow that is. But I'll put it to you this way. Running a machine fast is like riding a motorcycle fast. It's a lot of fun until you crash.
Yeah.
And the faster you go, the more it hurts.
I'll say the only time I've really seen too many people run is like conceal and carry belts. And then I've seen some of our shop guys, like when we were really making them and we were doing 100 or 2 a week, they could pedal to the metal, run down a belt, stop right at the end, turn it around, run down the other end.
And if you're doing it every day,
Yeah.
This is way too small. I'm going to just wind this other bobbin up. If you're stitching every day and that's your job, fast is, you get used to, it's like a race car driver. They get used to driving fast, but at the same time, race car drivers occasionally crash.
Yep.
Ask Dale Earnhardt. Oh, God. He was going fast.
There we
It's not going fast that hurts.
go.
It's
It's
just
a sudden
sudden
stop.
stop.
It's kind of like falling off a ladder, isn't it? It's not the fall that gets you. That didn't take too long.
I hadn't thought about the backstitch thing for the left-handed one. Or the left side.
We'll finish that thought here. Got a little fat. Pay attention to me.
Michael Seeger, who's one of our watchers.
That name sounds familiar.
I think we talked about it last time. He's the one that he stitches with one hand.
Okay.
He said, imagine stitching.
Oh yeah. No, that's the reason.
Hand stitching is slow, but try it with one hand. It's real slow.
He keeps trying to get me to come out with a pattern for a Desert Eagle holster for a Desert Eagle. We've talked since the last time I was here.
Yeah.
That's the reason I knew that name.
He was actually kidnapped like 3 times when he lived in Columbia.
Jeez.
Not Columbia, Missouri. It's a pretty rough town up there with the tigers. Is there any way to get a bit more light on the machine work area? What do you mean?
Chris has good light.
His light's
I can
flat.
see. I don't know what your problem is.
Here, just say when. Is that too bright?
That's too bright.
Overexposed, yeah.
That's
There you
good.
go. Right there's probably better.
Well, I can't be that. I can't be there.
I can't be there.
Let's see, we're shooting 60 frames a second, so I'm not supposed to go under 1/60th. Hold on, let me pump up my ISO. There you
Let
go.
it go says thank you.
Is that more better?
Oh, do I need to slap you? Is that what's happening? What happened? I left for like 2 minutes.
Look how bright that is. God, how can you guys see that? Oh. Bullnut coming in with some language.
Yeah, Bullnut's like, nah. This is why I don't machine sew. Apparently everybody thinks I need to slap you. That was a firm yes.
What? Look at that, now it's so bright. Now we're focusing on Chris's hands instead of where we were stitching it. You guys happy now?
That's all right.
I'm not looking for all right.
Yeah, sewing anything with a sewing machine is my worst nightmare.
I'm fighting that stupid rawhide again.
Oh, he just ain't going. That just ain't.
Stupid rawhide. It is not poking through.
This is what we do at this point. You just pull a ton of thread and then you hand sew it.
How are you going to get through there with any kind of... If this ain't going through it, what do you think's going to happen with a hand needle? Try not to break the darn thing, but...
Who is Abigail? Who's that person? She didn't ever come back.
She works at a 7 Brew, I think, in Mountain Home.
I've been to Mountain Home, Texas.
That's what, well, Arkansas. It's close to Texas. Not that Mountain Home. But Arkansas does touch Texas.
At Texarkana.
Well, Mountain Home's clear over in the hill country, west of San Antonio.
Well, Texas. Mountain Home, Arkansas is in northeast Arkansas.
Probably in the Boston Mountains. Is it close? Or is it outside of that?
Yeah. Because I think Boston would be like central. Yeah. North central.
I just remember we drove through that on our way to Fort Smith sometimes, I think.
All right, so what we would normally do if we didn't have a huge chunk of rawhide right there is we would overstitch this way and then back up a few, like 3 stitches right there, and then just leave it like that. What I did is we're going to count heavily on our glue right there, and I just stitched to there and stopped. For class purposes, like we used to say in boot camp, for instructional purposes only, this is going to be okay today.
It's not ideal.
I would not send this to a customer like this.
Where did we get rawhide from?
In this leather.
I brought it with me.
Oh.
We fought getting our welts out of there. It's right here.
Oh. Did we mean for that to happen?
No.
Okay.
I grabbed that chunk of leather because I need a thick piece to cut some welts out of, and forgot that was a garbage that it is.
I remember your dad saying something to you like, "You're going to a leather store in Springfield. Don't they have leather?"
Don't they have leather? Yeah.
Freaking dad.
Let's see if we can now screw this one up. Any works.
If that machine has 2 needles running, is there a special? This machine's never gonna have 2 needles running.
It's got 2 feet.
All right, now come over here and look. Come watch this real close. Right there. See that? See those feet spreading out?
Oh yeah.
That's not supposed to happen.
Weird. That's like the extra pressure.
It's just interfering. That is hitting that. I've been stitching on one of these machines a long time. I've never experienced that. What in the hell?
That was a cluster.
Instead of bringing your own leather, you should have brought your own machine.
Yeah.
So I wonder, we might get that double toe from Artisan,
Double toe.
this foot.
Oh,
Um,
I'm pretty sure. Well, I don't know. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure they're all made in the same spot.
yeah, well, that's typically,
It's kind of how
and it's,
contract manufacturing works.
yeah.
Why am I fighting this? There we go.
This is where you made your forward stitches with no thread in, right?
All right. We're going for it. Oh, I would have told you with bet money that had broken.
It sounded like it.
Broke, but somehow it did not. Oh, we are unhappy.
Oh, you knotted up on the bottom?
For reference, all those of you out there in the peanut gallery, this is not a normal situation. I have no idea. Ooh. And again, if you're curious, this would just go in the trash and I would start over if this was a customer's order.
All the 2-ply stitching went nicely.
Right?
That's what I said, G. The outer presser foot is cobra. It says it on the side of the foot.
Oh, it does.
Is that our foot or your foot?
It's
No,
not mine.
it's our foot. We got it from the bin of feet. It just had it's an old item number, so it probably just looks like it's an Artisan, but we get it from Cobra these days. Good call, guys. Thanks for reading things. That's handy.
It's like great camera work.
Well, it does say it right there. Doesn't it?
It sure does.
More testes.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Operator error.
Do you need to put the cap back on?
Oh no, his thread's not through the bobbin.
That'll do it.
You missed your hole, Chris.
Sure did.
Hi, this is Liz.
Hello, Liz.
Just goodness sake.
Well, that'll do it. Here, you want to chop this off?
I
It's
do.
wrapped underneath your chair.
I know.
Got it. Oh yeah, Liz is a Fifth Element fan. She talks about it every time her phone rings.
Why is this so hard?
Because we're doing a video.
I should just be able to take this, run it down there, slip between those two toes, and it just won't go. There it goes. Good lord. All right. Goodness sake.
And you sold the other one like that.
No, the other ones I used had it full before I changed the bobbin. So when I changed the bobbin, I just sent everything sideways. Gee, I bet it stitches now. Imagine that.
Don't worry, I'll edit this part out.
of the live video bitching. All right.
Yeah, we keep a lot about in our playback can, so we can just like the beep little beep thing that they have. Ours is like 3 hours long.
Oh man, where did that other holster go? I don't know how it stitched that.
That's what that last little part. A striker.
So many goddamn holes in here now. I don't know where I'm at.
I think when we were first talking about this, I was talking about I hadn't thought about running it without the thread, so you can do the back stitch, so it all looks the same. Of course, the amount of leather work that I do is quite low.
Minimal.
I put leather on a website, and I can take it off.
Did we fix all our problems?
Yeah, just not the mental ones.
Yeah.
We just been talking about the Fifth Element.
Oh yeah, because my ringtone went off, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Best movie ever.
Dustin said that his double foot on his Cobra gave him nothing but issues, and then it would lock up the entire needle bar, and they sent him out a new one.
What was different of the new one compared to the original?
I think it was what Slickbald was saying. Like ours is round on that side, but most of them he had seen were flat.
Let me see when the last time we received this batch. I'm curious.
Because it's not the double presser.
2021.
Mm.
So this foot is from 2021. So there.
Were you saying that
Looks
this
like.
part on other machines is flat?
No, like, well, it's hard to say. This is flat. I want to say.
Because it looks like whenever this catches down here is when it
Yeah.
pushes it apart.
It's only when it's like way up here
Yeah.
when it's real thick. I don't
Hmm.
know.
Anywho.
Pretty bizarre. They all say everything says Cobra on it, so it should work together, but it don't.
All say Cobra.
We got it from leather machine.
I will say that you're. Ah, fuck, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not even going to address that.
Is this the four that we've had for a while, or is this a new one?
This is the one that Denny got for his class last year.
Oh.
So it's pretty new. I mean, they use it for the
It's been a
class,
year.
and he's maybe used it for like the gun belt that he made. Multi-pass.
Is that a Fifth Element thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
We also like chicken. You can breathe now.
That was entirely too difficult. Where'd our rock go?
Now Chris is gonna
I was
beat it
saying,
out.
Mostly this was, this is just a functional thing you need to do, but today it's going to make me feel better.
There was a question, how do you get the machine, the foot marks out? How would you go about it?
Oh, these here?
Yeah.
Well, so they came out a little bit just pounding the backstitch.
That's kind of what I was meant, like to beat
And then-
the crap out of it.
And then once we wet mold it, we can smooth those things out pretty easy.
Freaking leather.
There you go. Stitched. For goodness sake.
An hour later.
I'm tired, man. I need a freaking nap or something.
Yeah.
All right. We do need a vessel of water.
Oh, are we?
We're about to wet mold.
Let me
these
go
burgers.
get Denny's bucket. We have a bucket.
Super green. I assume that's some other Fifth Element thing.
No idea.
Chevy said you could have hand stitched it by now.
Probably. That's pretty stiff to be hand stitching that in that amount of time, but hey, if you can do it, I'll believe you.
What pistol do you compete with? Diamond asked.
I use heavily modified Ruger Vaqueros. Did I say?
Heavily modified.
So there's a gentleman out in California that goes by Shotgun Boogie, and he's a gunsmith, and he takes all the bits out of the action,
Yeah.
and puts them in a little sack and replaces them with ones that he made, and it makes the gun fully cocked, but only half the hammer movement. So it's called a short stroke. And he short strokes these pistols. It's about a $500 game per gun to have it done.
Mm-hmm.
But you only have to pull the hammer back half as far.
Yeah.
So it's, and the hammers are lowered. We put Blackhawk hammers in them, which have a lower spur. Yeah. Bitch. All right.
PG-13 stream today, y'all.
I think I've only dropped one F-bomb, so I think we're doing pretty good, really.
In your defense, it was
For
a sewing
me.
machine. I'll take it.
For me, that's pretty good.
We just covered short stroking.
A gun.
Oh.
See, I saw how you left that hanging.
Like I said.
Yeah.
I saw how you left that hanging, right?
We make a lot of innuendo
Still
in
shoots.
here.
Still shoots.
All right.
It's a lot of posturing.
Okay.
Sure.
So what I'm about to do, other than wet mold this holster, where are we at? Right there. We can kind of see, hopefully, if you hold that out there you go. There's got this shape to it in here. Now what this is technically for is to go over the belt and wrap around the belt. That's why we're going to use a 2 3/4 inch last to make it. The reason I do it on this is because it causes everything to kind of stick out a little farther from the body, which is, in a concealed carry or a combat situation is typically bad, but in this situation it's good because you're farther off your body. Okay, so that's the purpose for this little bit we're going to put in here.
It actually worked out quite well.
Okay, the one thing I think people do, the mistake I think people make, is they want to drown their holster. They want to put it in the bucket until the bubbles quit coming out. This is bad because what those bubbles are being replaced with is water. Water's big, so it swells the holster up. That causes your fit. It's never going to be right again. So we dunk it in there. We give the water a second to suck into that leather, get back to that glue seam, especially if it's a tooled holster. If you just dunk a tooled piece of leather in a bucket, it's going to not be tooled anymore.
Yeah.
It's going to flatten out because the water doesn't have time to wick away from the surface, so it has to go into those cuts and swell everything out. But if we just take this fully tooled and do that, and just give it a second to pull that moisture back into that leather, it won't blow your tooling out. It'll look just fine.
Oh, okay. So speaking of, if we're tooled, have you finished it yet?
Oh gosh, no, because we got to let water in it.
Okay.
Yeah, we seal it. We seal it. We're screwed. We're done.
Okay, so we're not finishing our tooling yet.
No,
we just tooled it.
Yeah, and we don't antique either.
Right. Nothing. No coloring has happened.
Because and again, ask me how I know this stuff. It's been a lot of years, but I still remember doing it. I did a whole holster antique to put it in a bucket, came back out, and the water was brown, and my holster looked like garbage, and I had to start over. Okay. Antique, A, you had to resist it, which is going to keep the water from getting in there anyway. B, antique is water-based, so it's just going to wash off.
Yeah.
All right, do not lose the wedding ring. There we go.
This dunking is brought to you by Menards.
Right? And I'm going to keep doing this until I feel the leather is plastic enough to do what I want it to do.
Starts to give a little bit.
Yeah. Just start some of that shape in there. This is also not a job for long fingernails.
Leatherwork is not a job for long fingernails.
Decorative or lazy, either way.
Is that the two type of nail?
If they're long. I'm just using my holster shaping tool. There it is. Figure out how the camera works. Just to kind of open things up. I've got a bump right there I don't like. There we go. That's better. All right.
Did you guys go over the Ingenuity frame size? He said 4 5/8 or 5.5 inch frames.
Barrels.
Barrels.
Yeah. Frame's the same. The barrel's longer or shorter.
Oh, okay.
So what do I do with it? This is a 5.5 or a 5 or whatever it is. 4 5/8 is just the same length as our ejector rod. This holster,
both go in.
It'll work for both. Generally, this is for a 4 5/8 barrel. The barrel here is going to come right to the end.
Okay.
I generally don't like it to come right to the end. I like it to be back inside, protected a little more. But if I was going to make this holster for this gun, like the customer's real gun was a 5.5 or whatever, I would have stretched this holster out a little bit. I would have taken my template and just drew the top, slid it down that far, draw the rest of it.
Gotcha.
Okay. That black leather takes a little more water because those pigments are so large they kind of resist a little bit. That's better. That. People are not flat, people are round.
What?
Even little skinny chicks are still round in that area anyway. All right. Now to get that offset we talked about a second ago, so put that in that fold, just like that. Okay. So now, if it was just an over the belt holster versus a drop loop holster, that gives a little bit of grip down here. It comes underneath the belt. Can't move up and down. But like I said, on the Buscadero, it's mostly just to offset it and get it to stick out further. Look, the holes even line up.
That's very exciting.
How about that? After that debacle, I was ready for everything to go wrong. Okay. That opened up. We're gonna goes right down to the trigger guard. You can see that comes right to the end of the holster. It's not wrong. It's just not my preference to have it that close to the muzzle. Now, on a regular, like a concealed carry, if this is a 1911 or a Glock or something dumb, we would. Sorry, Glock people.
Keep your Glocks to yourself.
Keep your Glocks.
We
to
judge
yourself.
for that too.
No, it's technically a fine gun. I can tell. One time, I used to work, was a range officer at a civilian range in Brea, California, called the Firing Line. And we rented guns so people could come in and try stuff out. And typically the deal was people would come in, rent a gun, go out on the range, suck, come back in and blame the gun.
Of course.
So then one of my favorite things to do, because they're out there like this, tactical. I go out there and run the target all the way to 50 feet, stand out there just like this, flagpoling it, shoot a group about like that, come back in and say, if you'd like me to help you shoot, I will help the gun spline, right? So it was one of those days, guy came in, rented a Glock, 17. This was back in the late 90s when they were fairly new to this country. And it didn't work, so he came back out and he said, it doesn't work. So I did my thing and I ran it out there and I missed the target. There's no holes in the paper. So I ran it closer and closer and closer and I kept shooting. I never would hit the paper. And then finally, as me to that camera, which is, for you guys, is not very far away, maybe 10 feet, I shot and I barely clipped the left edge of the paper. Just barely clipped the left edge of the paper. I'm like, So I gave him a different gun.
Yeah.
And a new bag of ammo and sent him back on his way and started taking that gun apart. And I noticed there was a little glint of light in the slide where there really shouldn't have been a glint of light. And what had happened is the slide had broken at the ejection port. So every time you'd shoot, that barrel would do that, right? Throw that bullet off to the side. And that was the day I decided I never needed a Glock. I've never heard of it happening since. Factory rep was on the spot. As soon as they learned about it, they were there to get that gun because they didn't want anyone to see it. And did do a failure analysis and all the things that, those people do. All right, so if you notice, I wasn't molding a lot down here. I don't want to mold the barrel. I'm just molding around the frame and the cylinder. And that's all it takes. Now it comes in and out of there. Doesn't rattle around.
Everything's secure.
I'm going to come down here. I'm going to put some shape into this to try and minimize the wear on the muzzle. Make sure there's room for the sight. And make sure there's room for the ejection rod. Just like that. Okay? Now, regardless of what kind of holster you're making, we always take the mold out to let the holster dry. Don't leave it in there. We don't need to wrap it in saran wrap if you're using a real gun. I don't care if it's the fanciest thing, fully engraved grandpa's guns. You still do not need to plastic wrap your guns before you wet mold them. It's just unnecessary because you're not leaving it in there long enough to rust. Rust takes time. Okay. All right. So that's about what we're looking for. Just like that.
All right.
Let's see if we can do it twice in a row. Considering the debacle over there, I'm not holding my breath.
Look at that leather, soak it right up.
On natural leather, it'd already be gone.
Mm-hmm.
That black gets in the way, so it takes a little more time.
You poor guy.
Wet mold.
Yep,
Just water and leather.
water and leather.
Not mold like the green stuff. Mold like the shape.
Hopefully that answers Kenny's question.
Kenny, what do you want to know?
Was there more to the question or just wet mold question mark?
That's what we're doing. Making room for that frame. Lovely. I don't know how I did that.
Something went right.
I don't know, something got loud.
Oh.
Oh no, it's got a big.
Or something went wrong. Here, tickle it out.
That's right. These holsters will never see the light of day. So
That holster's going in the dumpster when we're done here.
well, assuming I don't have as much struggle on the belt, I may just end up remaking the holsters and keeping the belt.
I'll send you home with a new piece of leather.
Yeah, I got plenty of leather.
We gotta at least keep one holster though.
We'll keep the poopy
Gotta
one.
remain on set.
Either way, I will take this all the way home, remake these holsters, send it back to you. These will not.
These
be,
are made on camera.
These will not be displayed. Thank you very much.
It's funny. It's usually what Denny says when he gets done with his projects in here. Yeah. Find some place to hide this.
I always tell when I'm teaching a class at a show or anywhere else for that matter, generally I start out with nobody makes their best work in class.
No.
And as much as I'm covering my own butt, I'm letting them know that if it isn't perfect, they don't have to be mad about it.
Right.
It's a class. You're supposed to, if you knew how to do it right the first time, you wouldn't be here.
Yeah. You're learning concepts.
So lighten up on yourself a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, your first one is never going to be the best one.
Because my work, I'm in here talking and
I would say like
joking and getting distracted and stuff.
the video setting is like talking and having chats with everybody else going on, trying to explain what you're doing, remember where you're at, trying to go fast and not waste all the time that you can.
And how many coats of glue was that?
Yeah.
Right.
Anybody else paying attention? All right, so we got our little flare there, just like we did on the other one. Okay. Hear that noise?
Chunk.
That's a good noise.
Michael says, what if you open it up too much?
I don't think you can.
Like you just squeeze it back down?
Because, I mean, we're only going to open it as far as it's exposed. And the part that's doing the work is down here.
Yeah.
So we're good to go. You can lay it out dead flat. I've seen people do that. I think it's ridiculous. Because now you have a shelf to hit instead of a funnel. But that notwithstanding, I'm not shooting their stages for them, so that's on them. All right, we got our little shape in there. Reset that.
Guys, once this is dry, it ain't going anywhere.
Not really, no.
So get it where you want it while it's wet. That's where you wanted it.
You said Mexican food?
Mexican food.
We're done. That's as far as we can go on those till they're dry.
That was one whole day of holsters, y'all.
So to let them dry, you're gonna let them sit just like that to dry?
Yep. Just like that. For the rest of the night. And they'll be good to go in the morning. And we can finish the edges and lace them together and put the hammer thongs in there. Someone favorited an item. I turned the volume down. It shouldn't make any noise at all.
Those phones don't listen.
Yeah, they do listen. That's how I get marketing for crap I don't want.
That is true. Alrighty, folks. Well, thanks for spending the day with us. We'll be back
thank
tomorrow.
you for coming.
And finishing up or making some more progress. We'll see where we get on it tomorrow.
There you go.
And then we'll go from there.
Yay.
So have a good night, guys.
See ya.